Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Suffolk County Council's meeting. I am Councillor Jessica Fleming, Chairman of the County Council, and I'm chairing the meeting today. The meeting is being broadcast live and is available to watch on the Council's website whilst we're in public session. A recording will be available for viewing following the meeting. Members of the public and the press may also record, film or broadcast the meeting when the public and press are not lawfully excluded, in line with the Council's published guidance, and provided that due courtesy and respect are shown to others in attendance. May I remind speakers to wait for me to ask them to speak before turning on their microphone. When you're speaking, please ensure you use the microphone and speak directly into it so that you can be heard on the audio recording system on the website. Also, please avoid holding papers or IT equipment in front of the microphone, as this will affect sound quality. I would ask you to avoid talking with colleagues whilst speaking and while speakers are addressing the chamber. I'm not anticipating any emergencies this afternoon, but please familiarise yourself with the fire escapes and listen for any instructions in the event of an emergency. At the end of today's meeting, please could I request that councillors remain seated until you hear the gavel to confirm the meeting is closed. And finally, may I remind you all to turn your mobile phones, laptops, and any other IT equipment to silent if you haven't already done so. The first item on today's agenda is Suffolk on Focus, in Focus. I'm delighted to welcome the Bishop of St Edmundsbury and Ipswich, the Right Reverend Dr. Joanne Grenfell. Bishop Joanne became the Bishop of St Edmundsbury and Ipswich in September 2025. Previously, she served as Bishop of Stepney, Archdeacon of Portsmouth, Residentiary Canon and Director of Ordinance in Sheffield, and as an inner city parish priest in Sheffield and Liverpool. She's the Church of England's national lead and Bishop for Safeguarding. Educated in County Durham, Bishop Joanne graduated with a Bachelor's of Degree from Oriel College, Oxford, before moving to Canada. There she graduated with a Master's in English Literature at the University of British Columbia before returning to the UK, where she undertook a Doctor of Philosophy degree at Oriel. Joanne was a lecturer in English Literature at Oriel College, Oxford, until 1998. She then trained for the ordained ministry in the Church of England at Westcott House, Cambridge, until 2000. Joanne is married to the Reverend Canon Dr. James Grenfell, chaplain to the University of East London, and they have 3 children. Councillors, it gives me very great pleasure to ask Bishop Joanne to address you all. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for such a warm welcome, which is characteristic of all the welcomes that I've had to Suffolk so far. I really appreciate it. I don't have any great political words of wisdom for you this afternoon. I wouldn't presume to bring that, but I have been asked to give just a brief thought for the day, so I hope you'll bear with me. Advent calendars have certainly changed a lot over recent years. Gone are the days of cardboard doors which open to show simple winter scenes or symbols, a robin, a sprig of mistletoe, children ice skating on a village pond. Now they at least have chocolate, and sometimes they have beauty products, perfume, alcohol. But when I was a kid in the 1970s, it was definitely just cardboard. And oh, the excitement on Christmas Eve, a nativity scene. And because the 1970s were not a time of great luxury, my little brother and I shared an advent calendar. Oh, the horror. My teenagers would be appalled that they have one each with chocolate. But about the age of 9, I worked out that there were such things as odd and even numbers, and that Christmas Eve, the 24th, was always an even number. So, on the 1st of December, when we were preparing to open the very first door, I would demonstrate uncharacteristic generosity. No, go on, it's fine, I would say to David, my little brother. You go first. And because he was younger than me and couldn't work it out quickly enough, he would go ahead. And we'd take it in turns all the way through the month and open a door each every other day. And I'd end up on the 24th opening the best nativity door every year. I was not entering into the spirit of Advent. For Christians, Advent's a time of waiting, of preparation, of making space, and setting aside what doesn't matter in order to receive the gift of new life at Christmas time. For Christians to receive Jesus Christ, the Prince of Peace. Advent is not an austere time like Lent, where tradition has it that we give up things and live a bit more in penitence and find some spiritual discipline. Instead, Advent is a kinder and a gentler time when we might light a lamp, make some time for quiet or meditation, or take up something new and learn a new recipe, take up a new hobby. I have a friend who always buys new books and curls up in a corner to read them. My husband bakes spiced biscuits, and I try to just take more walks and look at the light against the bare trees in Christchurch Park, where I'm really enjoying living. There's no prescriptive list, just an encouragement to value time and space and maybe each other differently. Now, each year, even before December, the debate builds up about how Christmas begins too soon, and you might have heard some of that. But you know, I can't really get all that worked up about it. If you're in any kind of ministry, you will have been planning your Christmas services and events since the long hot days of summer. And when I was at St Edmundsbury Cathedral earlier this week, we said the words of evening prayer in the Advent season with the background hum of choristers practicing the snowman song, We're Walking on the Air. It was ever so for church choirs. Hark the Herald Angels in September, and joy to the world, not just on Christmas Day, but while the autumn leaves are still falling. In lots of different ways, in all of our different roles, we live between times, with preparation and decision and celebration all mixed up together. So I guess for me, the dilemma of Advent is much more about letting go of control, not working out the odd and the even numbers on your Advent calendar or trying to manage every eventuality, but somehow letting yourself be in the space and the silence. We sometimes need to be bored, to wonder, and to never let ourselves believe that we all have all of the answers. I believe that God works out the end destination and the journey to get there. We don't always have to count the odd and the even doors on the calendar to make sure that we end up in exactly the right place. So whatever your own faith or faith tradition, I wonder if you can make space in the next couple of weeks to do some listening, just to make a bit more time. Not to do anything useful or productive or political or that fulfills everyone else's many expectations of you in the really serious roles that you hold as councillors. And not to plan everything to the last degree, whether that's Christmas presents or how to land on the best doors of the Advent calendar, whether they're made of cardboard or full of craft gin. But simply to set aside all of your power and control and maybe just politics for a little while and to sit and wonder. We all have an invitation to go on the most marvellous journey that is life and to discover all that we're made to be. So stare at the clouds a bit, watch the candle flame dancing in the shadows on the wall, listen in silence and stay in confidence that you can learn how to live through Advent and into all that's to come in Christmas and in the new year and in all of your political realities still to be unfolded. Thank you.
Chairman's announcements. It is with great sadness I announce the passing of County Councillor Melanie Vigo de Galidoro on 19th of October 2025. Melanie was elected to Suffolk County Council in 2017 to represent the Packerfield division and served for 8 years. Between 2021 to 2024, Melanie served as Deputy Cabinet Member for Protected Landscapes and Archaeology. She served on a number of committees, including the Audit, Development and Regulation and Rights of Way committees, as well as the Governor Appointments Committee, where she served as Joint Chairman. Our thoughts are with Melanie's family and friends at this difficult time. I go on to a death in service. Shang Jin, who was a core pillar of the information technology team at Suffolk County Council for nearly 30 years. He sadly passed away in September. Throughout this time, working at the council, Shang was instrumental in delivering key projects that have helped shape our services, and with his most recent position as Head of Business Intelligence. Under Shang's leadership, the team delivered numerous vital projects that are used every day to enable better decision-making and outcomes for our customers and service users. Shang's knowledge, expertise, commitment and determination will be sorely missed, not just in IT, but across the council. Our thoughts are with Shang's family and friends at this difficult time. Another death in service from adult social care, Sonia Foster. It is with great sadness that I announce the death of Sonia Foster from our Adult Social Care Directorate. Sonia was a much-loving colleague and friend, and a dedicated, passionate emergency duty support coordinator. She worked as part of the out-of-hours team, managing social care emergencies involving vulnerable adults and children. Sonia served Suffolk County Council for 10 years before passing away on the 26th of September, surrounded by her family after a long illness. We extend our sincerest condolences to her family, friends and colleagues at this sad and difficult time. The death service, Sally Budden, Children and Young People. It is with great sorrow that we announce the death of Sally Budden from the Children and Young People's Directorate. Sally joined Suffolk County Council as a temporary employee in 2023, returning shortly afterwards to support senior leaders, where she accepted a permanent role in March 2025. She was a valued member of the team, professional, kind, and always willing to help. Sally's warmth and dedication touched many, and she will be deeply missed by friends and colleagues alike. I'm sure councillors will join me in offering our deepest sympathies to her family, friends, and all who knew her. Councillors, please join me in a minute's silence to remember Melanie, Shang, Sonia, and Sally. A retirement. At the end of November, we said goodbye to Stephanie Merritt, who has retired after an incredible 41 years of service. Steph began her career at Felixstowe Library, later working at Ipswich County Library and Chantry Library, and then returning to Felixstowe, a place close to her heart. She led refurbishments, championed community programs like Top Time and Open Space, and supported countless staff. Known for her hands-on leadership and dedication, Steph earned the respect and affection of colleagues and customers alike. I am sure councillors will join me in wishing Steph a happy and fulfilling retirement. And an award. I'm pleased to announce that Hannah Hammond from the Corporate Property team has received an award for excellence from the Association of Chief Estate Surveyors and Property Managers in the public sector. Hannah was selected in recognition of her consistently high quality of work, notably her contribution to innovative property projects and her active support for the association's activities, including her role as Assistant Branch Secretary. Hannah's professionalism and dedication are highly valued by the Corporate Property team and the Council. Congratulations, Hannah. Is Hannah in the room? Is she? I don't think she is, but congratulations. And finally, I come to a King's Award for Enterprise. On Wednesday, the 3rd of December, the Vertes Group were formally presented with the prestigious King's Award for Enterprise in the category of Sustainable Development, the UK's highest business honour. Vertes Group is the only facilities management company in the UK to receive this accolade in 2025, marking a truly historic achievement. The award was presented by Clare, Countess of Euston, His Majesty's Lord Lieutenant of Suffolk, who is the King's official representatives in the county, in a vibrant ceremony surrounded by colleagues, partners, local dignitaries, and civic leaders. The event featured a showcase of innovation, including demonstrations of cutting-edge technology, such as robotics and virtual reality, before the formal presentation of the King's Award Crystal and Certificate. This recognises and celebrates exceptional commitment to sustainability and environmental responsibility. Congratulations to all involved. We now move on to agenda item 3, apologies for absence. Apologies received in advance are displayed on the screen. Do we have a... Are there any other apologies, Richard?
May I add Councillor Karen Soons and Councillor Henry Lloyd, please?
Thank you. And Councillor Mutton?
Could we add Councillor Hiker Sower, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Martin?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. Can we add Councillor Lucy Smith and Councillor Elizabeth Farrow, please, both of whom are unwell?
Thank you. I would add the following. After the government has announced its delay to mayoral elections to 2028, the Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State in the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government, Miata Farnborough MP, has requested a meeting today of those councils on the DPP to discuss devolution and the next steps. Councillor Matthew Hicks is attending that meeting and so has sent his apologies today. A correction to the apologies. Councillor Soons has arrived. If there are no further apologies, we will move on to agenda item 4, which is declarations and dispensations. If there were any received in advance, they would be displayed on the screen, but there have not been. Oh, there are. I'm sorry. If anyone needs explanation,
Councillor Byatt.
Councillor Barrett.
Apologies, Chair, I should have done this. I have to declare that my wife is an employee of the County Council working in the family support team. Thank you. Related to our motion.
Thank you. That's noted. I would like to remind you that all members of the Council have received written notification from the monitoring officer confirming that they've been granted a standing dispensation for 4 years to allow them to speak and or to vote on matters relating to devolution and local government reorganisation. Do councillors have any other interest to declare? We'll now move on to agenda item 5. To the minutes of the previous meeting, which was held on both the 16th of September and the 2nd of October. If any councillor wishes to comment on either set of minutes, please indicate to the monitoring officer that you wish to speak. If there are no comments, I will take it that council is content to approve both these sets of minutes as a correct record. I don't see anyone wishing to speak. Thank you, councillors. We'll now move on to agenda item 6, which is public questions. We have one public question today, and I will invite the questioner to take a seat in the chamber to ask his question. I will then ask the appropriate cabinet member to respond. Questioners have up to 1 minute to ask each question, and the question and answer will be recorded as part of the minutes of the meeting. Question 1 is from Mr. John West. As Councillor Hicks has given his apologies, Councillor Richard Smith will address the question in his role as Deputy Leader of the Council and Cabinet Member for Finance, Economic Development and Skills. Mr. West, would you please, when you are ready, ask your question?
Suffolk County Council is millions in debt. For example, there was a 22 million overspend in the 2023 financial year. What's the council doing to reduce this debt?
Thank you, Mr. West. Councillor Smith, would you please respond?
Madam Chairman, I'm not aware how much Mr. West understands about local government finances, but it is a complicated area. All upper tier authorities, such as council and unitary authorities, and almost all second tier authorities, such as districts and boroughs, carry debt through their capital budgets to finance long-term projects and initiatives such as investor save schemes, which provide a return after a predetermined period of time. So in this respect, Suffolk County Council is no different from any other part of local government. And may I draw Mr. West's attention to the budget surplus of £5.6 million recorded by this council at the end of the 2024-25 financial year. Performance against budget does fluctuate year on year due to the ever-rising demand pressures we face, combined with inadequate funding from central government. Until demand for the very wide range of services we provide within our net £800 million plus annual revenue budget starts to drop, it's difficult to envisage setting lower budgets and allocating funds to reduce associated debt. Mr. West should note that over 77% of our annual spend is allocated to social care for our county's vulnerable children and disabled and older adults, almost all of which has to be supplied because of statutory duties imposed on this and other councils.
Thank you. Mr. West, would you like to ask a supplementary question?
Certainly. From 2018 to 2024, over £347,000 was claimed in allowances and expenses by Councillor Hicks. Would you say that was public money well spent?
Is that a pertinent question?
Yes. Is that related to the original question?
I think that is not considered within the scope of what we can answer at this point.
Well, I can understand why you'd be embarrassed about it, so I didn't expect you to answer the question, but there you go. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. West. This concludes public questions. Let us move on to agenda item 7. In line with the arrangements agreed by Council, the total time available for motions at today's meeting, at all meetings actually, as part of our constitution, is 90 minutes. Any single motion may be debated for 30 minutes unless one or more amendments are moved, in which case a further 15 minutes will be allowed. I have to add that the Chairman has a certain discretion in the application of these time limits. I will ensure the proposer, seconder and main opposition spokesperson have the opportunity to speak within the time allowed in accordance with the rules of debate. Motion 1 is proposed by Councillor Richard Smith MVO, and I now call on Richard Smith to propose the motion. Richard, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The preparation for Rachel Reeves's national budget, delivered just 2 weeks ago, came about after a very large number of engineered leaks and an unprecedented press conference held at 11 Downing Street at 8 a.m. one morning to attract the morning televised news attention, all to soften up opinion about a rise in income tax, contrary to the clear promises made in Labour's general election manifesto just 16 months ago. And then the final indignity came with the Office for Budget Responsibility publishing the whole budget text 45 minutes before the Chancellor had the opportunity to read out what then was widely known to the media. Now, before I argue the tenets of our motion listed in the papers today, I can say that I have no intention of following Ms. Reeves' example. My budget has been compiled within the usual terms of confidentiality. My group met last Friday to agree certain conditions, and our decisions are being incorporated into the figures and the results, which will be made public on the 2nd of January. Thereafter, during January, the budget will be put in front of Scrutiny Committee at a whole-day meeting, backed with a mass of detailed data, then debated at a Cabinet meeting before the final decision is made at the February 12th meeting of this County Council. So, not for the first time, we act from higher notions of responsibility than central government. And if you think that's harsh criticism, just remember the sudden decision government made to postpone our mayoral elections by 2 years, delivered at precisely no notice and disrupting well-made extensive plans developed by us and the local government system across Suffolk and Norfolk. Indeed, the government's decision came on the same day after interviews had taken place for an interim chief executive of the mayoral county combined authority. It was a matter of luck that no appointment was made on that occasion. Now back to our motion, which is rightly critical of the recent budget decisions and their effect on us here in Suffolk. Local government was only mentioned once by the Chancellor, and no detail of the impending financial settlement was given. We await that, together with details of the fairer funding review, sometime next week, and we have some grounds to be pessimistic. We need more money. Road improvements need more money. Social care desperately needs both more money and reform. National defence needs more money. The NHS always needs more money. But what does the Chancellor decide? Tax, tax, and tax again for one main purpose: to increase welfare spending, and therefore encouraging lethargy rather than incentivising people into work. What about encouraging work, increasing employment, aiding economic growth, and helping employers? And here, Madam Chairman, I quote from an article in the East Anglian Daily Times, which appeared on the 3rd of December. Philip Turner, founder and managing director of the Chestnut Group, which employs 1,300 people over 26 sites in Suffolk, Norfolk, and Cambridgeshire, said of Reeves's budget, "If it was to protect the government's ideology of increasing the welfare state to keep its backbench MPs happy, then you have a cancer that runs through the entire Labour Party." The EADT said further, "The Chancellor raised taxes by £26 billion in the budget. Taxes were raised for welfare, delivering a budget for Benefit Street, paid for by working people." Their words, but my sentiments. Ironically, Madam Chairman, and I use that word carefully, Reeves claimed she was introducing, and I quote here, "the lowest tax rate since 1991 by permanently reducing business rates for more than 750,000 retail, hospitality and leisure properties. However, the introduction of a new, much higher assessment of the value of buildings used to calculate business rates means the tax will actually increase significantly next year for most high street firms. The Chancellor also conveniently failed to mention the 40% discount on business rates, which many pubs, shops and restaurants which have been benefiting since the pandemic, that will end in April. Enough said. Please support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. I will now call on Councillor Richard Bratt to formally second the motion and confirm if you wish to speak now or later.
I second the motion, Madam Chairman, but may I reserve my right to speak?
Thank you. Annette Dunning, as spokesperson for the opposition, you may speak for up to 5 minutes at any time during debate. Would you like to speak now or later?
Now, please, Chair. Thank you very much indeed.
You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. So for this council to pass a motion which registers its opposition to the lifting of the two-child cap, in this, the Christmas council meeting, is bordering on a Christmas carol, and I'm not suggesting for a second that the proposer is Ebenezer Scrooge, honestly. However, I've been told many times by those people sitting opposite me that this chamber is a theatre, even though I've always said, and I've hoped, that we were here to help and support the residents of Suffolk with their health and well-being, amongst many other issues. The lift on the cap means those families on universal credit will receive support for all of their children, not just the first two. Now, this is a significant move to combat child poverty. The policy would change and uplift hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty, and it's hailed by charities as a crucial step to improve children's lives. The Office for the Budget of Responsibility estimates this could lift around 450,000 children out of poverty by 2029 to 2030. Tackling child poverty is vital for economic growth and improving children's future prospects. Now, I appreciate that the Conservative argument for keeping the cap is fiscal restraint and promoting parental responsibility, But that point is poorly made, even with the current exceptions in place. The anomaly currently is that parents who have a child and then the next are twins or triplets are then allowed to make a claim for all of those children. So they do not have to choose between feeding which twin or which triplet. Although you would also be allowed to make a claim if children are born after rape or non-consensual conception or from a coercive relationship. This, of course, can be dehumanising and cruel to those people to have to bring that case forward to enable them to get support for their child. Children should not be punished for the parents' financial circumstances. It's well documented that living in poverty significantly hinders educational attainment. Where children from low-income backgrounds, they start behind, they fall further behind in school and are less likely to reach higher education. This leads to poorer job prospects and lower lifetime earnings. This disadvantage can then affect the health and development from an early childhood right the way through to adulthood. It makes absolute economic sense to help those children from families claiming support to have the ability to achieve their full potential, which is why actually I would like to ask for an amendment. Charities overwhelmingly welcome the scrapping of the two-child benefit cap, calling it transformational. They see this as the most cost-effective way to help families, citing evidence that it prevents parents from skipping meals, using blankets instead of heating, which, as we know, pushes families deeper into hardship. So overall, whilst I agree with your motion, it's this part which I'm unable to support, especially at this time of year. The Trussell Trust, amongst other charities, are grateful for the food donations and assistance at this time of year, and we should not be celebrating a motion at Christmas which advocates hardship on those we should be helping. I would actually welcome your assistance and agreement, if possible, to actually amend this motion, please. And to be clear, I'd like to have the second paragraph completely removed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dunning. I believe an amendment has been proposed to the motion. Would you like to tell us what it is?
Councillor Dunning. So can I just confirm that the proposed amendment to motion 1 is in relation to the paragraph beginning, moreover, the councillors express its concern. So proposed amendment to motion 1, taking out moreover the councillors express its concerns and substituting in addition.
Sorry, I beg your pardon, I didn't put mine on. So it's the part, in addition, the council considers the government autumn budget. So that part, for the council registers opposition to the lifting of the two parts. So, in fact, if you just take out the whole second paragraph, then the rest still works.
I'm not agreeing with that amendment. No, I'm not agreeing with that amendment.
Louis, can you explain why?
Yes. Yeah. Adjourn.
Everyone, we're going to adjourn for 5 minutes.
And I'll speak to Councillor Dunning first.
Okay, just reopen this.
Yeah. Let's reopen the meeting.
Bang the gavel.
Could everyone please be seated? Our monitoring officer is going to give us direction on motion 1.
Thank you. Sorry, I've had the opportunity to speak to the councillor who's proposed amendment, Councillor Dunning, just to clarify and confirm further questions on the proposed amendment. And based on the questions and the conversation I've had with Councillor Dunning, I've advised that in accordance to 8.3.6 amendments to motions, I am not going to allow the amendment.
Thank you. We will now resume debate on the original motion 1. And I think, Councillor Dunning, you had finished speaking. So I think you have said what you wish to say. Now,
Yes,
we have some people who wish to speak on this motion. I would like to call on Councillor McCallum first, please.
Good afternoon. Can you all hear me? And good afternoon. Obviously, this is quite an emotional subject for me, so please bear with me. I support this motion in its entirety. As a publican and a landlady for over 25 years, I've seen many obstacles come my way. The smoking ban in 2007 and COVID in 2020. But we're still here, with many personal sacrifices on the way. My pub, like most pubs, is in the centre of our community. We do so much more than just offer food and drink. We're personal counsellors, confidants, shoulders to cry on, and support workers. Our venues are warm and safe spaces for all, the vulnerable and lonely included. We are fundraising hubs for small local charities, and I'm a mum to many, many young customers now starting out in the big wide world, giving them advice and guidance, sometimes good, probably sometimes bad, but there we go. But how much longer can vulnerable local hubs like mine sustain the ever-increasing costs and pressures put upon us in an ever-increasing pace by a Labour government that doesn't understand the hospitality industry? I'm not a greedy person, nor are my fellow publicans, and we all deserve to earn a fair and honest living and to be able to afford to keep our doors open. The British Institute of Innkeepers reported that only 1 in 3 members are running viable businesses since the budget. It also reported that 1 in 10 pubs expect them to remain profitable April 2026. The chief executive said the budget had betrayed us. He stated they had spent more than a year giving evidence to government about the huge impact the 2024 budget had on pubs. He continued, our pubs are not failing businesses, but government policy and overtaxation is holding back their potential. I ask all parties and members here today to vote in support of this motion, to support the great British institution, which is the pub, and all we bring to our communities across the country. Cheers, thank you very much, and a Merry Christmas to one and all.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll now call on Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Well, how disappointing. What is this council for? Surely the object is to bring forward proposals that will improve the lives of Suffolk residents. And yet here again is a Tory motion which is nothing other than party political grandstanding that raises nothing that is within the control of this authority. But, Madam Chairman, I have to thank Councillor Smith because this provides me with the opportunity to set the record straight. Firstly, the financial settlement for local government outlined in the budget is the most generous for many years, years during which the Tory government starved local government of funds. Yes, we would dearly love there to be more money for services here in Suffolk, but I think everyone accepts that the financial situation in this country is extremely tight. And that is not down to a government that has only been in power for less than 18 months. £9 million extra to promote bus services. an extra £44 million to deal with potholes, £30 million for sustainable transport improvements, £9.4 million for investment in alternative provision schools, £1 million extra for disabled facilities grant, 5% increase in government support for public health services and funding for a new Best Start family hub.
While the Speaker is speaking.
Thank you, Chair. Can I have an additional 30 seconds in order to make up your intervention?
Yes,
but
you
most of all, I want to thank the Tories for giving us the chance to rebut the misinformation surrounding benefits. Removing the two-child cap on benefits will lift 550,000 children in this country out of absolute poverty. And why are we paying these benefits? Not because their parents are work shy. 2/3 of the affected children have at least one parent in employment. So how do we reduce these benefits? By making sure working people are properly paid, which is, of course, exactly what this government is doing, with the largest rise in minimum wage since 2010, and an employment rights bill which will help people stay in work just as soon as the Conservative Lords stop blocking its passage. And what of the £3 billion for removing this cap? Let's put it in perspective. We've spent £92 billion on servicing the national debt already this year. Where did that debt come from? Well, the £10.9 billion of COVID fraud didn't help. But worst of all was the Liz Truss budget that led to the UK paying massively over and above the international norm on interest. But the good news is that premium on the UK's interest is now coming down. Since Rachel Reeves' budget, the premium we pay relative to the Eurozone has halved. The Bank of England estimates that the budget will lead to a drop of inflation by 0.5%. That's a significant amount, but more importantly, it shows we're going in the right direction. So, yes, thank you, Councillor Smith, for reminding us why we're not Conservatives and why we continue to fight for a more constructive society which actually cares about the majority of our citizens.
Thank you. I now call on Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try and refrain from shouting across the chamber. Members, we're told that the Chancellor's November budget provides stability and a platform for long-term growth. Yet the voices coming back to me from our communities tells a very different story. What people see on the ground are national budgets that place new burdens on the very sectors that hold Suffolk together. The previous budget saw attack on family-owned farms. Farmers are already dealing with reduced subsidies, rising input costs, and complex accreditation schemes like their tractor that add bureaucracy without delivering value, while imported produce avoids the same standards. For many farms, passing land to the next generation is not optional, it's essential. The tightening of inheritance tax relief risks forcing families to sell land simply to meet a bill. That strikes at the continuity of farming itself. Generations of stewardship are being put at risk. Not reversing the farm tax keeps pressure high at a time when confidence is already fragile. Farmers feel increasingly isolated, expected to carry more risk with less certainty and less support than at any time in recent memory. We also keep hearing the Chancellor repeat that this budget is about asking working people to contribute. 5 words with 2 obvious flaws. Tax is not asked for, it's required by law, and nobody contributes when the payment is compulsory. It's fraud. People know the difference between being partners in progress and being told to shoulder yet another burden. Dressing up taxation as choice simply erodes trust. This same pattern is hitting local businesses. Owners have raised real concerns about the impact of increased business national insurance contributions and the loss of business rate relief. These decisions are stifling growth, delaying investment, and in some cases threatening jobs. These are not large corporations. These are the small employers who keep our towns functioning. And in hospitality and tourism, sectors specifically referenced in this motion, steep rises in rateable values and the end of relief in 2026 place genuine pressure on pubs, accommodation providers and visitor-based businesses that are vital to Suffolk's identity, economy and well-being. Chair, Members, the budget continues to burden those who build, produce, employ and contribute, while offering very little in the way of fairness and hope. Our farmers deserve a future they can plan for, our businesses deserve conditions that allow them to grow, and our residents deserve honesty. I support this motion and urge colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cook, please.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm not going to repeat points that have been made by my colleague this afternoon, but I do want to pick up on a couple of points raised during the moving of this motion. The use of the phrase welfare handouts is and is designed to stigmatise people who are claiming benefits. I've looked the definition up on Google. I have looked the definition up on Google, and I'm afraid I'm going with Google's definition. That's what it says.
Councillor, we just need to... a point of order has been raised.
Words I did not use.
I will read from the motion, as my colleague across the floor doesn't know what it says. In addition, the Council considers that the Government's autumn budget prioritised welfare handouts over working people. I hope that assists. It's a phrase that stigmatises the claimants of benefits. And most of us, if not all of us in this room, know that the biggest expenditure for households is going to be the cost of their accommodation. A lot of claimants for benefits are going to be living in private rented accommodation, and arguably the benefit is to the private landlord and not to the tenant. And I am aware there are a number of private landlords within this room, so I'm sure you all appreciate the impact that has. The removal of the two-child cap is a key measure in the Government's agenda to tackle child poverty. Poverty, colleagues, not frivolous expenditure, the poverty that children in this country are living in. Not my child, perhaps not your children, perhaps you're not your grandchildren, but children in this country live in poverty, and that's a shame that we all carry. In relation to the hospitality sector, which again, we're all aware that it has been hit hard over the years, but there are provisions in this budget to support the hospitality, retail and leisure sectors. There's the capping of increases through transitional release, which will be coming into effect. Expanded support for the small business scheme. The multiplier for the rate of tax has been changed for businesses. Small retail, hospitality, leisure and properties will be paying the lowest rates since 1990-1991. All other retail properties, RHL properties, below 500k in value will have the lowest rates since 2010-2011. This is a permanent tax cut worth nearly £900 million per year, benefiting over 750,000 RHL properties. The traditional relief, which caps the amount that bills increase by, is also coming into effect and will benefit those organisations and those in that industry and sector. The total bill on the rates...
Councillor Cook, you've had your 3 minutes.
Oh, I apologise.
Can you use one sentence or one sum-up phrase, please?
Chestnut Group's accounts on Companies House show an increase from 21.76 million in 2023 to 29.08 million in their accounts for 2024.
Thank you, thank you. We'll go on now. Councillor Rudd, would you like to exercise your right to speak now or later? You'd like to speak now?
Sorry.
Thanks.
What's the point of order?
So what's the point of order? Sorry, we've got a point of order. What is the point?
Well, I'm new to this sort of cross-party thingy, but can I just want to ask a question of the Labour Party member that made the speak now about the rateable value, because mine's gone up 128%. So
I'm sorry, Councillor, you can't come in that manner. That's not part of our constitution. Thank you, Councillor Rudd.
Councillor Bird. It's Councillor Bird.
No, Councillor Rudd wanted to exercise his right to speak.
Thank you, Madam
Point
Chairman.
of order, Madam Chairman. I had my hand up to speak before
I
we close
reserve
the
my right,
debate.
so I'm allowed to.
Excuse me, Councillor Rudd can exercise his right to speak at any time. Councillor Bird, you can speak next. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm pleased to be able to second today's motion, and I'm pleased that I reserved my right to speak so that I could follow Councillor McCullum. Well done, Debbie, and thank you for all you do in Kesgrave, both from behind the bar and from out in front of it as a local councillor. So thank you.
Well done.
The 16 months since Labour came to power have been punishing for the economy, locally and nationally. Unemployment has hit 5%, its highest level since 2021. Inflation is at its highest level since January 24. Food prices are up nearly 6%. Business confidence is falling. Company insolvencies are increasing. Public debt is up. The trade deficit is up. And foreign investment in the UK is down. The government likes to talk about the prior 14 years, but the last 16 months have hammered business confidence, hammered consumer confidence, and made life altogether harder for small businesses here in Suffolk. Debbie's sector, hospitality, is a vital one, particularly at this time of year. Hospitality contributes 93 billion to the economy nationally, employs 3.5 million people, but it's so much more than that. Our pubs, restaurants and hotels are a national draw, famed for their quality and service. But this is a sector that has been overlooked by this Labour government and asked once again to take a financial hit. This is being reflected in closures across the sector, reduced investment, reduced staff hours, and worse still, rising unemployment. This is what the industry is telling us. This is what Debbie, a publican, is telling us, Councillor Cook, but you seem to know more about how hard it is for our publicans. This is just one aspect highlighted in our motion where the government has got it all wrong, Madam Chairman. It was a budget designed to appease Labour backbenchers rather than solve the problems facing our nation. While the benefit bill spirals uncontrollably towards 400 billion annually, particularly rural councils like ours are being underfunded. Earlier in the process of the fairer funding review, we hoped things might improve. For a moment, we thought we might emerge better off. Then the Labour MPs representing London boroughs piped up, complaining, and sadly those representing rural areas like ours seemed altogether more silent, and the revisions came. Now, from early analysis, it looks like by the end of this Parliament, local government in Suffolk will be far worse off. More will become clear next week, but true to form, it seems that the financial settlement has been leaked to Councillor Martin before anyone else, and he knows what's in it, but we think we'll be worse off based on the modelling. And what are these benefit handouts that seem to be prioritised over all else? The lifting of the two-child benefit cap may appease these Labour backbenchers. And I'm sure, as we've been told, it may lift some children out of poverty. But the best way, Madam Chairman, to lift children out of poverty is to ensure businesses like Debbie's can make an honest living and are not taxed into oblivion, to ensure that we support entrepreneurs and job creation, so that a new generation does not grow up thinking living off the state is more rewarding than going to work. Madam Chairman, that a working family with 3 children will need to earn £71,000 a year to bring in more than an out-of-work couple with 3 children is frankly ludicrous. We lift children out of poverty by supporting business, growing the economy and creating jobs, not by the endless growth of the welfare state. There is one party in this chamber, Madam Chairman, who opposes the lifting of the two-child benefit cap. There is only one party who thinks the best way to lift children out of poverty is supporting businesses and getting people back into work rather than more handouts. And there is only one party that truly opposes the ever-growing benefits culture that is engulfing our nation. I'm proud to be a member of that party and support today's motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rudd. Now we've got 6 more speakers. I'm closing the list to additional speakers because we have... what I would ask is, okay, Councillor Lockington, but for everyone who speaks, please do not repeat what's been said. Try to be brief and we'll get through efficiently. Thank you. And
sorry,
I'm not... I said I was going to close it after Richard Rudd, but... well, that's okay. Try to speak briefly, councillors, so that I can accommodate everyone as I would like to. Thank you. Go on, Councillor Bird.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. 2 weeks ago, my Saturday evening meal was made much more enjoyable by listening to an interview with Kemi Badenoch. She has the courage and determination to challenge this accepted orthodoxy, much as Margaret Thatcher did 50 years ago. Kemi sets out a libertarian vision for society based on personal responsibility and freeing the individual from an overburdensome socialist state. In Britain, we're overgoverned, overregulated, and overtaxed. The benefit system has become a corruption of Beveridge's original concept of a safety net for a short time between work. We now award benefits on the basis of lifestyles or arbitrary characteristics. Never mind the 2-child limit, I would have a no-child limit on child benefit. I would abolish it. Children are a lifestyle choice. Why should the taxpayer keep other people's children? Why should I provide a family spending money for their holiday in Tuscany? In March this year, I had to pay for my prescriptions. Come April, they were apparently free. I asked at the pharmacy why this was. Was it because there was an R in the month? Was it because it was a full moon that night? It was in fact because my age now starts with a 6 and not a 5. If 6 is the magic number, perhaps Councillor Hicks should have got free prescriptions when he reached 6 foot tall. On that Saturday 2 weeks ago, I tried to make my dream of Kemi Badenoch running the country last as long as I could. Of course, all dreams end, and even though I was actually awake, I had a horrible nightmare. It was the grim reality of life in socialist Britain, dependency Britain, benefit Britain. I will be, of course, supporting this motion, although, of course, it is somewhat unnecessary. The motion suggests surprise that taxes went up in the budget. Why should we be surprised? Dogs bark, cats meow, and Labour put up taxes.
Thank you, Councillor Bird. Thank you very much. Councillor Hudson.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just wanted to briefly state some facts which should be obvious to colleagues. We want to encourage those who work. And one of the ways we encourage those who work is that they can then transfer all of their allowances in the tax system to each other, which doesn't necessarily happen under the present system. And we want to encourage particularly working families to be able to enjoy the benefits of anything that the tax system can offer. This patently isn't the case unless we raise the allowances for people who have more than one child. I'm not in favour of waste. I am in favour of helping our demographic. I want them to be able to work, I want them to be able to raise families, and I want them to be able to receive money for that privilege. It's very important that we encourage our families to do that. Otherwise, as they say, the future isn't orange. The future is entirely different, Madam Chairman, and it may not be a future that we appreciate. Our demographic is suffering. It is suffering in the pocket. It's finding life very, very difficult. And our job must be to facilitate and assist those who want to work. I underline that, those who work. If they're unable to work, certainly, we look after them. We must always look after those who are unable to look after themselves. This is to state the obvious. This is a caring society. Far too many of our fellow citizens in this country are unable to work through illness or just hard lines and conditions. We should not stand in the way of those who want to work hard, and we should not stand in the way through the tax system or the benefit system to facilitate that. Regarding the problem of the hospitality industry, it is an appalling travesty about the amount of business rates that they're facing merely because of a physical presence on the high street or in the country. They are going out of business wholesale. I, for one, and Reform in particular, and many others, cannot stand by and just allow our pubs, our hospitality industry to wither on the vine for no good reason, particularly when the internet-based economy, and we're not against that, is not suffering the slings and arrows of an outrageous rate system. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bobby Bennett, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time of year, I often think of my granny. She was exceptionally good at making the most out of little, and I can remember her peeling the sellotape off the wrapping paper to save it for next year, and much to all of the dismay of one of us children, scraping the cake bowl out so there was none left for us. And she was frugal, she was careful, she considered things before she took action, and these are values that really stayed with me. And another value I hold close is that sense of fair play. And what strikes me most about this budget is that it simply isn't fair, that after a supposedly fairer funding review, Suffolk is now poorer off. And with the myriad reforms that we're seeing, not just in the children's space, but in other areas too, we are constantly asked to do more with less. And whilst considering limited resources, doing more with less, I do question the government's sense in removing the two-child welfare cap. It may well alleviate for financial pressure for some families, I do not deny that. And children should not be penalised for family size. But this is a handout and not a hand up. And I really have concerns that it will not address the root of the problem. I remain sceptical that this will not support the people that need it most. It does not address regional economic inequalities or high housing costs, or low wages or insecure work. It will not help with affordable childcare or improved access to the jobs. And with the limited resources we have available to us as a country, surely we should be investing in support that is transformational and not transactional. Investing in early years education, health interventions, childcare, training, and routes into employment. And we will continue as a council to do the most with what we have, but there comes a point when that doesn't cut it anymore. And this government, whilst asking us to do more, is giving us less. And this budget is beyond disappointing for Suffolk families. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nettleton.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Lifting the two-child cap will benefit families on low incomes. It is a small but important step in the right direction. More should follow in future budgets. Children are a blessing, not a burden. They are not a commodity like a dishwasher or a fridge freezer, but a precious gift. The number of babies per family is a decision for their parents, not the state. In economic terms, government investment in each child can bring benefits to our nation when they reach adulthood. They work and pay tax or contribute to society in a variety of other ways. Children enrich all our lives, so especially if we commit to them from an early age. It is for this reason that I oppose this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nettleton. Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd just like to follow on really what from Councillor Mason said, so I've managed to delete 3 paragraphs already. I'm really carrying on with the farming. And as is my habit, I'd like to add on, substantiate this part with some numbers. So the reforms for the agricultural property relief and inheritance tax cap relief at £1 million from April next year imposes a 20% effective rate on 75% of our farms. Those farms over 124 acres. Now, these are family farms. This is putting a financial strain on farmers who are asset-rich but cash-poor. It will force land closures and will cause annual instalments which may exceed profits. So, for example, that could be paying instalments of £53,000 against a profit of £34,000 for a typical cereal farmer. Councillor Dunning, you were saying about health and well-being. I was speaking to a young farmer yesterday. Actually, he's a young soldier, full-time, and he farms in his spare time. And he was relaying from his community the stress and anxiety farmers are under at the moment, and this is putting quite severe stress upon them. how's it affecting us? We talk about a cost of living crisis. Food inflation has risen 6% since July 24, exacerbating pressures on farmers who are facing lower profits and higher costs. Combined with the accelerated payment scheme cuts and budget savings, the policy threatens food security by discouraging sustainable practices and increasing import dependency. So Councillor Martin, you said about what Labour government cares about. They certainly don't seem to care about farming. And this council represents the county, and we should bring this concern, in addition to the others, to the government. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councillor Stringer.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try and be brief, but I may fail. Earlier in the week, Councillor Smith said, Councillor Smith said earlier in the week that could I be kind to him during the meeting, because obviously he's been thrown into the breach. I will be kind, but I can't help but point out that you tried to have a point of order to say you didn't say welfare handout, but it was in the very paragraph that our group tried to remove. And we removed that for a very good reason. I was really interested in the first speech from the publican. I too quite like to do my bit for the local economy. No, dear, I'm just going for a pint. It's very important. Pubs are very part of our culture. But you said no word about the welfare paragraph. So we both agree that this motion is brilliant without paragraph 2. And I think actually it suggests we perhaps should have amended it. Having said that, I'm going to go on to paragraph 2 and to say why I think it's such a poisonous and vicious, disgraceful paragraph. Had I rerun my life in the current benefit system, yes, our family would have had these so-called handouts. Even the word is awful. And has not anyone actually realised that given an awful lot of our working population are on these so-called handouts, benefits, that some of those people on benefits may well walk into a pub and buy a pint of beer, thus making them economically active? Some of these people on benefits may be caring for a member of their family. Are they then not economically active if they're allowing others to work full-time? They may even volunteer for a local organisation. Is that not being economically active? Some people on benefits might be councillors. We get something called an allowance. Sounds a bit like a benefit. Sounds a bit like a handout. Is it? Are we economically active? Of course we are. Of course we are. You don't think we are economically active? Really? Of course we are. Absolutely. And we're on some kind of benefit, I believe, to be able to do it. So I think that paragraph 2, I frankly cannot support. But I'm completely behind all of the campaign that we need to make sure our farming is sustainable. And yes, the biggest hit on prices of materials for food has been climate related, not taxation related, just to make that point. But I say, I will not be supporting this motion in its current form. We did try and amend it to help you all out, including Councillor Smith. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Stringer. Councillor Hopfensperger.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Let me say from the outset, I fully support this motion. The government's recent benefit budget has done nothing for adult social care. In fact, when you take into account the changes already made by this government in their first disastrous budget, such as to employers' national insurance contribution, ever higher energy costs, and overseas recruitment freezes, there's nothing for care providers to cheer about in this latest budget at all. Care providers aren't just part of our care system, they're small business owners who keep our communities going. They employ local people, create stability for families, and provide essential support to some of our most vulnerable residents. Yet they do all this while juggling rising costs, staffing pressures, and the day-to-day realities of running a business. Their commitment is extraordinary, but commitment alone cannot balance the books. When we talk about the care sector, we are talking about hundreds of local entrepreneurs who are trying to keep their doors open while delivering safe, high-quality care. Madam Chairman, whilst I agree with the increase to the minimum wage, as a Conservative, I believe work must always pay. My concern is that without considerable financial investment from the government into social care via local authorities to help offset these changes, It will simply represent another cost to providers and businesses, placing even more strain on those providers with increasing costs. Many are operating on extremely tight margins, some having to make difficult decisions about reducing hours and may be forced to reduce staff to balance the books. If you want a sustainable, thriving care market, we must ensure providers are properly supported, fairly funded, and treated as a valued partner in our communities. Investing in them isn't just a financial choice, it's a commitment to the well-being, independence, and dignity of the people who rely on our services every single day. Madam Chairman, what this government has shown over the last 18 months or so is a total lack of coherent policies or planning, especially when it comes to adult social care. They came to power with grand schemes like the National Care Service, and so far all we have seen is the ending of the previous government white paper and the kicking of adult social care into ever taller long grass. So I will be supporting this motion today.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lockington.
Thank you, Chairman, for allowing me to speak. And I would just briefly say that when I got the papers at home, I read and I thought, that motion, yes, but not the second paragraph. And it's interesting because within our group, I think we all had come in our own home to the same bit. It's absolutely right, we could support it, but not that paragraph. And my reason is that none of us choose the family we're born to. We do not choose our parents. We do not choose whether our family has got lots of money or little money. We, as a child, don't choose how many sisters and brothers we have in a family. We do not have these choices. We are children born. And, Councillor Bird, if we don't have children, who is going to look after you when you need support in a few years' time? Yes, we actually need to have the next generation born, and we need them to be able to live in a life, and we need them to be able to learn. If a child, we know, yes, how much food prices have gone up. We know food price gone up, but that food price has gone up for me, but it's also gone up for people who can't afford to pay it or to buy it for their children. So we really need to. And
Councillor, I really, we're repeating material sent. If you could just try to end, because I'm out of time now
just
for the
briefly
motion.
say, and if you choose not to have children, you never become a grandparent either, and that's a pleasure you deny yourself. Yeah.
Thank you. I have one more speaker, Councillor Bennett. Can you please not repeat what's been said? Thank you.
I believe I'm not going to repeat. I want to speak about 2 weeks ago. I was delighted to be at the launch of East Suffolk as a Marmot place in the presence of no less than Professor Sir Michael Marmot from the Institute of Health Equity, along indeed with other members from this chamber. It was an amazing day, an inspiring day. One of the key tenets of reducing health inequality is to, this is from their website, the Health Equity Institute, is to give every child the best start in life, as investment here pays off massively throughout people's lives. Marmot sets forth describes the success of Sure Start centres and many other pieces of evidence on the long-term value of investing and avoiding child poverty. I would highly recommend everybody in the chamber to look at it. It's no surprise, therefore, to find that the Marmot report of 2020, 10 years on from its original report, points out that between 2010 and 2020, Britain's child poverty has increased significantly, and 1 million children now living in destitution in this country. And it is now, that figure of 22% in poverty, child poverty, is now one of Europe's highest and way below, way worse than the 10% in countries such as Norway, Iceland, and the Netherlands. So while I support elements of this motion, I cannot support a motion which calls to retain the two-child benefit cap, which has been proven to contribute significantly to destitution and child poverty in this country. And this shameful situation needs to be addressed, and I'm afraid calling for the move to remove the two-child benefit cap will be part of a way to get that trend moving in the right direction and not continue in the shameful way that it is for increasing child poverty in this country. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I will now call on Councillor Smith and ask if he has anything further to add.
Well, Madam Chairman, it's been a lively debate. And this, of course, is a council which is run on political lines. And we have different views on this side of the chamber, perhaps to the other side. But it really isn't possible, I believe, that we should encourage welfare growth at almost no cost or responsibility on others. The best way to proceed is to encourage work and to benefit from economic growth. And we've heard lots of different opinions today. We've heard about the plight of farmers. We've heard very movingly from one of our colleagues who has run a pub for 20 years and the problems she faces. We've heard about the Chestnut Group, which I quoted directly from the East Anglian Daily Times. And just don't forget, they employ 1,300 people, and we need to be supportive of them. I don't have Councillor Cook's benefit. I haven't looked in detail at their balance sheet to know what they do well and what they don't do well, but just because they make profits is something we should be proud of and encourage rather than be ashamed of. 1,300 people employed by them. So, we have looked at the budget. We have said in 3 different areas that we don't agree with it. Now, if Councillor Martin was still a Member of Parliament, he could have stood up and made that speech in the House of Commons, and his whips would have looked at him and thought, my goodness, this man needs to be a junior minister. But it isn't the case there. The most we can do is write a letter. It's not very strong action, but that is the most we can do, and I recommend that is exactly what we do.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. We are now going to move to an electronic vote. Please don't trust anything on your touch screen yet. If you support the motion, when your electronic vote appears, press yes. If you do not agree, press no, and press abstain if you wish to abstain. Are you all ready? I will start the vote. Please ensure that your screen shows the words, "Your vote has been cast." Has everyone voted? I shall now close the vote. The results are on our screen. 32 for, 19 against, and 3 abstentions. The motion is carried. I shall now move on to agenda item 7, which is motion 2. I will remind councillors we have a total of 4 motions this afternoon, 3 still to go. So please do be brief and try not to repeat what's been said so that we can get through them all. I'm calling on Councillor Ruth Leach to propose motion 2.
Thank you very much, Chair. The 22 Water Quality in Rivers report stated bluntly, rivers in England are in a mess. A chemical cocktail of sewage, agricultural waste and plastic is polluting the waters of many of the country's rivers. 3 years later, in 2025, this still unfortunately rings true. The report went on to say that water companies appear to be discharging untreated or partially treated sewage into rivers on a regular basis, often breaching permits that are supposed to allow such releases only in exceptional circumstances. At the same time, farm slurry and fertilizer runoff, rich in nitrogen and phosphorus, washes into rivers when it rains. Along with phosphates from detergents, these nutrients trigger algal blooms that choke our waterways, deplete oxygen, and suffocate fish and invertebrates. It is a horrible picture, and one that reflects an attitude that has treated rivers and other natural assets as things to own, extract from, and exploit, rather than ecosystems to steward. So what is the state of our rivers here in Suffolk? Under the EU Water Framework Directive, the Environment Agency must report on the ecological status of our rivers. When the report was last fully published in 2019, only 14% of English rivers achieved a good ecological status, but none met safe standards for chemical contamination. And so all Suffolk rivers failed the chemical assessment. In the Orwell, for example, chemicals linked to vehicle exhausts and asphalt were identified. Mercury and its compounds were present. So were the forever chemicals used in fire retardants. Many of these chemicals are considered carcinogenic and have been linked to neurological disorders. It is not feasible, or in some cases not possible, to remove them from rivers, and they are expected to persist until 2063. The pressures on our rivers come from multiple sources. Agriculture contributes around 40%, sewage 36%, and diffuse urban pollution 18%. Road runoff from our network of highways adds fuel spills, hydraulic fluids, tyre particles, and de-icing salts straight into our watercourses. Citizen science reveals the presence of pesticides, pharmaceuticals such as metformin, the drug used to treat diabetes, and paracetamol, and even traces of cocaine in freshwater shrimps. Even more concerning is the emerging evidence that rivers are becoming breeding grounds for antimicrobial resistance. We may be cultivating superbugs that current antibiotics cannot treat. Our next major public health threat may come from our waterways. So what practical steps have we already taken in Suffolk? If I can focus locally. As local residents, we co-founded a campaign group that secured designated bathing water status at Waldringfield. This led Ofwat to approve Anglian Water's phosphate removal unit at Wicker Market. The Deben is now also the most monitored river in Suffolk. Citizen scientists at the Deben Climate Centre monitor the biology of the river. With the River Deben Association, we monitor river fly populations. We also lobby alongside Surfers Against Sewage for DEFRA to create recreational water strips. We engage with farmers, with Anglian Water, with Ofwat, with the Environment Agency, and with the Suffolk and Essex Rivers Trust. In May 2022, my predecessor, the late Councillor Crow Page, stood here and proposed a motion to protect our rivers. It was passed with general assent. And yet, despite all of this effort, it is still not enough. The Deben now is officially classified as deteriorating, a river body in decline. And so within this context, the time has come to give our rivers a voice. Not what we understand as a human voice, but a voice to acknowledge and support the set of rights set out in this motion, which could be upheld by a panel of guardians that can advocate to preserve these rights. And there is precedent for this. Several UK councils, including Lewes, Test Valley, Southampton and Wealdon, have passed motions or adopted charters recognising the rights of rivers. Most recently, in November, Norwich City Council passed a motion supporting the legal recognition of the River Wensum's rights. These examples show that this approach is practical, achievable, and already gaining traction nationally. By acknowledging the rights of Suffolk rivers today, we can begin to shift our relationship with them from exploitation to stewardship, ensuring that the full ecologic community they support is recognised and protected. I urge you all to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Do we have a seconder? I believe Councillor Andrew Stringer. Are you seconding the motion? And would you like to speak now or withhold your speech till later? Okay, I'll look for the signal. Councillor Richard Rout, as spokesperson for the administration, would you like to speak now or later? Speak now. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I've no doubt that Councillor Leach brought this motion with the best possible intentions, and it would be impossible to say that she does not care deeply about our county's rivers. Indeed, there is a good deal in this motion with which it's hard to disagree, particularly items 2, 3, 4 and 5, with which I'm sure there is widespread cross-party support. Initially, I wondered if we might be able to amend the motion to find some common ground. After all, through our natural environment team, this county council, we already do fine work. Initiatives like the local nature recovery strategy are already making a tangible difference on the ground. However, where I do disagree with the motion is its rights of rivers approach, and to try to amend that, I think, would be a wrecking amendment and cause the monitoring offer lots of consternation, so I won't insert that delay in an already lengthy day. But my fear and first reason for opposing this motion is the application of a rights to rivers approach to all of Suffolk's rivers would see every abstraction, every borehole, every flood wall, and every farmer's sprinkler become a moral transgression. In short, Madam Chairman, we'd be seeking to tie our hands with poetry. It's simply a gesture. Yes, our rivers need protection, but flood defences save homes, businesses, and lives. Very often, these flood protection schemes directly contravene the first suggested right in the list, the right to flow naturally and seasonally. Accepting this would feasibly see the council opposed to schemes that alter hydrology but mitigate flood risk. For example, the Deben Estuary Flood Storage Compartments at Melton. The motion's advocation for the right to perform essential ecosystem functions and ecological integrity is in fundamental opposition to compartmentalisation. Equally, the storage areas at Winston Green, which intentionally holds back peak flows on the Deben, reducing flood risk downstream in your area, Councillor Leach, and that of Councillor Nicoll, would be incompatible with these principles. Or we could turn to the Ipswich tidal flood barrier on the River Orwell, Madam Chairman, which impedes natural tidal flushing. Again, the so-called rights in this motion would be in thematic opposition to this. Given the horrific time this county had during and in the wake of Storm Byatt, I'm not sure that all of our residents would agree that our rivers should have the right to flow naturally and seasonally at the expense of their homes and communities. Moreover, the motion pits Suffolk's agricultural community against our rivers. In East Anglia, 70% of our farmland is arable, and rivers like the Store support irrigation for over £2 billion of crops annually. Too many of the rights expressed in this motion would cast farmers as moral transgressors. I have another fundamental issue with the motion, Madam Chairman, and it's this. Where a right to rivers approach has been done elsewhere with more meaning, it is focused on a specific river and with much more planning and background work. If we look at Lewes, which Councillor Leach referenced, the approach there focused on the River Ouse. They focused on that single river, not a blanket county-wide statement, then took a strategic, staged, systematic approach, engaging with stakeholders before coming up with a charter for that specific river. Or if we look to New Zealand, where the movement originated, it was the culmination of the country's longest running legal dispute and decades of advocacy. Again, it focused on a specific river, the Wanganui. Here we seem to be taking a sudden and blanket approach, choosing poetic words over protecting our communities and agricultural industry. Our rivers need investment, Madam Chairman, not ideology, and we protect them by enforcing the laws we have, not issuing supportive words we can't enforce. On that basis, we oppose this motion, and I urge others to do the same. But I do know, Councillor Leach, that you want to talk more about what further initiatives this council can take to enhance protection of our rivers, and I, of course, commit to having those conversations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councillor Richards.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm speaking in my role as Deputy Cabinet Member for Archaeology and Environmental Partnerships. Like Councillor Leach, Rout and many others, I am deeply committed to the health of Suffolk's rivers and waterways. They are natural arteries that shape and sustain our environment, and we must do all we can to preserve them. In my role as Deputy Cabinet Member, I am already part of that collaborative working which the motion alludes to, not least the essential work that this council supports in and around the Brecks. For example, I visited the River Lark at Mildenhall, where a fish ladder has been installed to slow the river down and allow refuge for fish swimming upstream to spawn. But this motion is little more than warm words, especially with regards to rights of rivers. It has no statutory basis, it is not legislation, at best it does nothing, and at worst it would create legal uncertainty for planning and infrastructure. Our rivers are dynamic systems, not moral agents. This motion risks dividing rural and urban interests. I'm sure Guardian readers might mutter agreeably as they heard that local river had been granted rights. But what reaction would our farming community have? A farming community that is already struggling in the face of Labour's family farm tax would see a message from this county council that their essential work that feeds and sustains our nation is suddenly morally questionable and breaches the rights of our rivers. Madam Chairman, this is farcical. What about people who were flooded during Storm Byatt, who worry every time the heavens open? Do we stop opposing flood alleviation schemes because they stop rivers flowing freely and naturally? Do we go along the River Gipping telling farmers they can no longer irrigate? Rip out the all-world tidal surge barrier here that protects Ipswich? Communities in Bramford and Claydon were flooded in the past from rising waters from the River Gipping. This imperilled both livestock and people. But the flood defensives we've put in have stopped this happening, allowing communities to sleep easy at night. This motion wouldn't just give rivers a rights, it would weaponise them against farmers and against our communities. The rights of rivers cannot trump the rights of local communities. I have the backing of the organisation Save Our Country Spaces from my point of view. So instead, what the opposition has tabled today is lazy virtue signalling, and therefore I have no option but to oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Richards. And now Councillor Harley.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. We've heard quite a lot about commitment to our rivers from the opposite side, but what have been the results so far? I'm a leisure canoeist, and I quite often paddle up the Deben from Waldronfield to Melton and then back, and it's always quite obvious where the pollution is coming from, just from the smell and the debris on the surface of the water. The area, for example, downriver from Martlesham Creek, for example, is best avoided, especially when the tide is going out. And I try to avoid going up there, as you really wouldn't want to fall in there. And I will avoid any jokes about particular creeks and paddles. But seriously, my colleague Ruth has started a water test today on a fresh sample from that area. I would challenge anyone to drink it. I think you really wouldn't enjoy your Christmas lunch in 2 weeks' time if you drank the water from this particular river. It does show very high levels of E. coli, as we found before. So, we do need to take further steps. And this is not just virtue signalling. We must enable our rivers to survive in future. So I would ask you to take the next step in supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nicoll.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'm afraid it might disappoint Councillor Rout and Councillor Richards. I'm going to be slightly non-aligned on this one. I certainly thought that in the way that Councillor Leach proposed the motion, considered and thoughtful and has done some research on it, that I certainly thought Councillor Richards' response was perhaps rather intemperate. And Councillor Rout didn't make that mistake, but there again, he's very experienced in these matters and of course holds the environment portfolio, so no doubt he's considered the issues too. But one of the comments might be that this would allow the rivers to just do their thing. I think this is to try and look at it in a rather black and white way. There is evidence in my division at Wickham Market that the effects at Rackham's Bridge of the flooding most of the high street, and in fact one of the villages where somebody was actually killed during Storm Byatt, was as a result of the fact that the river had not been left to do run its course. It had been managed, but poorly. And the blame must lie principally with the Environment Agency and their failure to clear out silted up parts of the watercourse, thereby causing the water, as water does, to go places where it shouldn't. So I think there's some sort of middle path here. The other thing is whether you believe in climate change or whether you believe that just suddenly all these rivers during Storm Byatt suddenly decided to have a once-in-a-100-year event. The fact is that it does mean that there is more of an interface between whatever pesticides and other things are put on the land for whatever good intention and the watercourses to which they might go into. Therefore, we should worry about that. And if that means that we need to think more carefully about our rivers and how all the rest of our lives are impacted potentially positively by rivers, but not so if they become poisoned environments, then I think a motion like this could cause us to think a bit rather than simply playing politics with it. The Deben in particular is a vital part of the watercourses of East Suffolk, obviously, and I happen to know that there are farmers and landowners, certainly through my division on the Deben, who are working closely with the team at this council and at East Suffolk to collaboratively consider how the river can be looked after and curated, so to speak, not excessively managed and not left to just run wild, because the Environment Agency's failure to de-silt watercourses, existing ones, has caused during Byatt and other events water to go where it need not have gone. That wasn't the river acting maliciously, it's something that happened because actually not only did we manage the event, but we actually managed it rather badly. So I think there's a lot in what Councillor Leach says. Clearly this seems to be a whipped event, but I think topics like this are too cerebral to be left to party politics and deserve more attention by this county council.
Thank you very much. Now I've got Councillor Robinson. We've got 5 more speakers and 10 minutes to hear you. So depending on how fast you are, and then we'll then be asking Councillor Stringer to wind up. Thank you. We now have Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I just get my notes up? Just give me a second, please.
Councillor, would you like to wait and then go after the next speaker, because I'm very short of time?
Ready. I do apologise. I'm ready now.
Thank you.
I am by nature a conservationist, and I agree that we should steward and take care of our beautiful planet. But as a matter of personal conscience, I will not be voting for this motion today, and I hope that some of my fellow councillors across the chamber will join with me. Councillor Leach and Councillor Springer, it is clear to me that in your attribution of a spirit or soul to the rivers, and your wish to give them their rights, that you are religious people, and that you are looking to insert your paganism into the lifeblood of the County Council's decision-making, a religion that has an ancient and dark history. We used to be a Christian nation, and I'd like to point you to the Bible. I'll be reading to you from the opening chapter of St. Paul's letter to the Romans, starting at verse 18 and then moving on to verse 25. For the wrath of God is revealed from heaven against all ungodliness and unrighteousness of men, who by their unrighteousness suppress the truth, because they exchanged the truth about God for a lie, and worshipped and served the creature rather than the creator. Some of you here today might think me standing up and making my case today is a kind of spurious action and deserving of derision. Well, you're welcome to deride me if you like, but I assure you that it's not. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor West.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I, like Councillor Rout, see much merit in a lot of the motion, but I won't be supporting it, mainly due to the reasons that my colleague set out around paragraph 1. But I would like to just touch on what some of the things the County Council is already doing, just to give reassurance to Councillor Leach. First, talk about working collaboratively with local communities. The County Council currently does this with organisations that are mentioned in number 2, delivering solutions and benefits to improve the river and water body health. Point 3 in the motions, we already comply with the requirements of the Water Framework Directive, which is now in UK law, and this is already embedded into council policies. Point 4, I think this perhaps is the nub of it, because a lot of laws already exist that the Environment Agency are required to police and oversee, but obviously their funding has been reduced over a period of years, and rather than add new requirements upon them, like much things, if they were only able to have the resources to police what is already in law, that would be a start. And number 5, which talks about where are we, working with, supporting local monitoring and restoration initiatives, including citizen science programmes. The County Council is looking to work with the Byatt Climate Centre and their 4 Rivers project to identify improvements. So that is something officers at the council have already acknowledged. So I think there's a lot in the motion that we can agree with, a lot that is already being done within the constraints of of what we're able to do. And I thank Councillor Leach for sort of bringing the motion and opening the discussion, because I agree with some of my colleagues that I think she's done so in a very sort of considered and thoughtful way, and hasn't sought to sort of throw any criticism around in the motion. And I know you're genuine and sincere about the issue, because we've sort of spoken briefly about it before.
Thank you, Councillor. I now have Councillor Bridgeman. Councillor Bridgeman. Thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate that. Councillor Wiles.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And if I may, 12 months ago I stood here and I mentioned my boys. My boys live in Germany. I don't get to see them often enough. And they love the idea of being mentioned in a full council in Suffolk. And I thought, how can I do that again? Well, this year, thanks to Councillor Leach, it brought back memories. When I read the paper, I contacted Michael. I said, Michael, I'm going to run you through a motion. And it made us remember their childhood, when teaching them to fish on the River Weser, which was just a couple of 100 yards away from where we live, the second longest river in Germany. And at that time, this is over 40 years ago, swimming or entering the water was not encouraged. And it was not encouraged for exactly the same reasons that Councillor Leach has highlighted. All the same problems 40 years ago. I mentioned to Michael, I said, Michael, should a river have its individual rights to be able to change that? He said, in German, which I won't repeat, Dad, if you and your political friends stand up and make rivers' rights political, people will not support it. I actually 100% understood his meaning in 2 different languages. I unfortunately absolutely agree with all the things that need to be done, and I absolutely agree with finding solutions, but how the motion is posed, unfortunately, will not help. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wiles. Councillor Mellen.
Thank you, Chair. Madam Chair, I'm very pleased to speak in support of this motion. As a society, we have not valued our streams and rivers, and we need to wake up to the damage we've been doing. And I actually think this approach, acknowledging the rights of rivers, is a really helpful framework to help us change our thinking and our actions. Now, 30-odd years ago, one of my first jobs was on a farm where a river ran through close to the farmyard. After spreading fertiliser on the fields, I was told to wash out the fertiliser spreader, and that water and that residue went straight into the river. That was just what happened back then, no thought for the consequences. Now I know better, but I'm still fully aware that I am part of a system which does not value our waterways and the life they carry. So we need to do better. And this council passing this motion would send an important signal on this issue. I would like to share with you a few words from one of my favourite writers. Roger Deakin, a Suffolk resident until his untimely death, was the man seen as very much the father of the wild swimming movement. His book, Waterlog, describes his experience immersing himself in a variety of lakes, rivers and seas across and around Britain. It's a great read, and I recommend it, and particularly chapter 5, where he describes his adventures swimming in the River Lark, which arises in Suffolk, flows past Bury St Edmunds and out into the Fens. At Isleham, Deakins swims in the river, and he hears that people used to get baptised in the River Lark, where it was known as the Jordan of the Fens. Now, concerns about pollution have put a stop to that. But I think Deakin's words speak eloquently and cogently about our attitude to rivers and how we value water. So, with your permission, Chair, I'll just read a couple of paragraphs very quickly. Across the A14 from the sugar factory, I stood outside the Bury St Edmunds Tesco's. Here, the Lark had been treated with something less than reverence as it flowed through the vast forecourt car park. Pure spring water may be highly valued on the shelves inside, but outside the real thing was ignored. This was a world of tarmac, four-wheel drive, storm drains, smooth black engineering bricks and steel safety rails. The hapless lark, which once meandered gently through water meadows here, had been neatly packaged in an outsized concrete canyon. No water vole would dream of venturing here. In a prosperous and sainted English town, I witnessed the public humiliation of the Jordan of the Fens. By the Bury St Edmunds Tesco, I sat down and wept. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have two more speakers and then we're winding up. Councillor Faircloth-Mutton.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This is a subject which is very dear to my heart. In fact, I remember when I lived in Chelsworth, my former landlord said to me that he had memories up until the early 1980s of being able to swim up the River Brett, which is not mentioned by name in the motion, although all rivers in Suffolk are indirectly. That, of course, is no longer possible. I think one of the great tragedies that's happened in British rural life has been the loss of the powers that were once afforded to the National Rivers Authority. The National Rivers Authority was effective in having a good balance between farmers and also the local community and keeping our waterways clean and accessible. The Environment Agency and His Majesty's Inspectorate for Pollution simply don't do the job that they should. Always remember, when I was at school in Suffolk, my geography teacher said that East Anglia is the driest part of the United Kingdom. We're not the hottest, but we are the driest part of the United Kingdom. Indeed, some years our rainfall is as low as that of North Africa. I'm not minded to support the motion today, although I know that sincere care and thought has gone into this by Councillor Leach. I remember having a conversation about this on the River Orwell when in fact it was Councillor Harsant's chairman's boat tour on the Orwell a couple of years ago. My concern, and therefore why I will not be supporting the motion today, is simply because there are a lack of reservoirs in Suffolk. The farming community desperately needs new reservoirs to be constructed in Suffolk. That is a problem which exists across the rest of East Anglia too. I think more in this motion could have been paid to water companies, national water companies, paying into a fund to help construct new reservoirs to support business, whether they be farmers or SMEs, which are the lifeblood of Suffolk's economy. So I fear that one of the unintended consequences of this motion would be, excuse the pun, soaking farmers yet again when they have already been soaked far enough with the inheritance tax changes and also the lack of support with them in creating new commercial water sources. So I won't be supporting the motion today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Lindsay, and then we'll be wrapping up with Councillor Stringer.
I didn't think he logged me, so as a question. I won't say anything. Disappointed.
I would be very disappointed if you said
really brief. What this isn't about, you can't have it both ways. Actually, you can't say on the one hand, it's not this. We can't legislate, so it's pointless, and at the same time say that this is that it's just words. It's really important that we make that gesture. Yeah, if you call it virtue signaling, if you like, it is really important that we signal that we value rivers and how we treat them. And this is just really about restoring the PR balance, if you like, between people. There's all sorts of businesses. Yes, you mentioned farmers, we've got to face it, there is a lot of farm runoff that is polluting our rivers. We need something to just restore that balance. The only people that speak up for rivers, that actually do things, are people like the volunteer Devon Climate Centre. There's people on the ground voluntarily testing water because the authorities aren't doing it. The Environment Agency doesn't test for half of the new pollutants, like forever chemicals, that we know are there. So this is just about restoring the balance between all the political lobbies, all the people with the power that want to put crap into our rivers, and the rivers themselves. So that's all I'm saying. Thanks.
Thank you.
There's the gesture, Chair. Brilliant, we got there. Really interesting debate. I've rarely called something in a meeting where I have to look up the definition of what I've been described as to work out what it is. So I did look up the word pagan, and one of the definitions is dweller of a rural area, which, yes, I am guilty of that. I do live in a rural area, and long may that continue. Interesting motion. I think people are slightly over-interpreting what the motion asks for. It asks for adopting a rights of river approach. It does not mean to say every farmer goes out of business, etc., etc. It means you work with people, that you rub along with people, that you take that approach of giving rivers a voice. I was in Mention this week. We've got some building work going on, long-planned housing development in Mention, quite a big one, and the archaeologists are in. Quite like archaeologists, interesting people, expensive, but interesting. Had a little look at what they were doing and found anything? Yep, we're down to the Iron Age. Excellent. What have you found? Wow, it's a huge roundhouse. Okay, so people definitely lived here. We've got cornstone, we've got the lot. Okay, brilliant. Okay, and you think, well, has anyone ever lived here before? Because we've only known it as an agricultural field. And they said, I don't know why they were here. I said, well, I'll tell you why they were here, because the River Dove is just there. They needed water, so that's why they're here. And literally 2 fields away from that, there is a tiny spring in a ditch that goes 2 ways. One of them is the Dove, and one of them is the Gipping. Rivers are at the heart of our being and have been since ever we walked about in Suffolk. They are essential to our nature, whether we have a religion or not. And just to help Councillor Robinson, when I saw the roundhouse near the river, I didn't strip off all my clothes and dance naked round it, in case that's what you thought. I was, thank goodness for that. Let alone, and don't imagine it. No, it would have been possibly less exciting than a Saturday night out in Councillor Bird's house. Anyway, sorry. It is also no coincidence. That's the invite gone. It's gone. There is no coincidence that an awful lot of our divisions are named after rivers. I serve a division called Upper Gipping. To most people, that's an absolute mystery. What the hell is that? Well, it's just 14 villages on the north side of the Gipping. Get with the programme. You know, an awful lot of constituencies are based on rivers. Quite rightly, they were fundamental to us being to sustain life when we first started off as a species. And if we haven't evolved, why are we then making them and polluting them and making them less easy to extract water from and work with and use and have less things living in them? We've got and around them. Councillor Rowett is suggesting that this is draconian. It isn't. It's an approach. But equally suggesting that we can work with the current laws. I have to tell you, the current regime for enforcing infringements onto water quality and people doing works in rivers and along rivers that they shouldn't do is woefully inadequate. So if you think we're going to get there with the current approach, I'm really sorry we're not. So we do need to look at this a different way. And if we can get a collective memory that we value rivers and we give them rights even in our own head, then perhaps a few more people might respect them and we might be able to, as it were, turn the tide. Excuse the pun. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Stringer. Councillor Leach, do you have anything to add? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I believe I have 5 minutes to wrap this up. Am I correct?
You have 5 minutes.
5 minutes,
if
right.
If you need them.
I'm standing, and I'm not going to stop. So, first of all, I have an attitude of deep appreciation for the conversation that's gone on during this debate. Councillor Wright, I look forward to having conversations with you that I believe will be constructive and will take us further forward in this. Councillor West, thank you for your comments and all your previous conversations that we've had. Can we do something about the highways that are draining into our rivers? Okay. Councillor Nicoll, you have the adjacent ward to mine, and you're impacted by the Deben as much as I am. In summer, the Deben runs dry. Okay, it's sometimes only the water draining from the sewage, wastewater recycling plants that actually make the river exist at all. That's not what it was many, many years ago. How have we got to this? You can blame climate change, drought, all sorts of things. But the point is, what we're doing is not working, which is why I'm pleading for a different way of approaching this. And respecting the rights of the rivers is a way of approaching it, not to have pollution, to make sure that it flows, and the many other things that its ecosystem and biodiversity can be protected. So thank you for people who have actually heard that and being constructive. Councillor Robinson, I'd like to reassure you, my parents were missionaries. I grew up in a leper colony in Swaziland. I was baptized in a river. The river no longer exists. It's contaminated. And that is what I'm trying to prevent from happening. So with the deepest respect, I was taught to love and respect rivers as part of God's universe and God's creation. And right now, our attitude to our rivers is not one of respect, and it's not one of protection. So I would look forward to further conversations on this. Thank you very much for everybody who's contributed positively to this debate. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. A really important debate about an absolutely vital subject. And thank you, everyone. We are going to move now to an electronic vote. Please don't press anything on your screens. If you support the motion, press yes. If you do not agree with the motion, press no. And press abstain if you wish to abstain. Wait till you see your screens are ready, and then I will start the vote. Please vote now. Please ensure your screen shows the words, "Your vote has been cast." Has everybody voted? I shall now close the vote. The results are 18 for the motion, 27 against, with 7 abstentions. So the motion has not carried. At this point in the meeting, I'm going to call a brief break, a comfort break for 10 minutes. We still have 2 motions to go and some other paperwork to get through, so it may well be a long meeting. Thank you for your patience. Councillors, please resume your seats and come to order, please. We have a lot still to do. We're now at agenda item 3. Agenda item 7, motion 3. This.
Apologies for absence, I think that was.
Well, I think maybe we need that again. Now I'm going to call on Councillor Sandy Martin to propose this motion.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I make no apology for bringing this motion here today, and it's not despite the education scrutiny meeting held on December the 4th, but following on from it and reinforcing the recommendations of the scrutiny committee. My colleague Peter Byatt attended that scrutiny on our behalf, and he will describe how our motion fits in with those recommendations. In addition to the scrutiny meetings this year, there have been in-depth studies and meetings of education scrutiny with evidence from parents, teachers and council officers going back many years on this subject. And despite all our best efforts, the problems appear to grow. I would remind councillors that while all county councils have had problems meeting the rising demand for SEND provision, performance in Suffolk has historically been unacceptable, even in comparison with other councils. So it is not good enough for us just to say this is an impossible problem and leave it at that. Above all, it is the young people of Suffolk and their families that need our support. The government recognises that there is a serious problem meeting the increasing demands for SEND provision. We are expecting a white paper early next year, but we can be fairly sure what the main thrust of that white paper will be, and it will be similar to many other areas of this council's work. Prevention. Prevention is always better than cure. Every child is different. Some children have a range of aptitudes which is very different from most other children. Children are not all born the same. There will be always children who find it more difficult to fit in with the expectations of their teachers or their peers. We are far more aware of those differences now than we were 30 years ago, and that's a good thing. Prevention is not about preventing children from being different, but it is about early intervention to help children as soon as it becomes apparent that they need extra help, and in a way that will enable them to cope better with their school, their fellow pupils, and their lives. Labour councillors are very aware of the work that has gone into and is going into trying to improve the range of SEND facilities available, speed up the provision of education and healthcare plans, work with parents to identify the best placements for their children, and monitor and adjust those placements so that they do provide adequate support. We support all that work. But all of this misses a vital point. Children thrive best when they are educated near home, alongside the whole range of their peers, without having to be singled out or given specialist treatment. The problems that some of them face, which lead to special provision being needed, start very early in life. We aren't asking this council to jump to any conclusions about exactly what early interventions are needed, but we are convinced that a comprehensive plan focused entirely on early intervention rather than on diagnosis or specialist provision will start to address the root of the problems which have led to the current surge in demand for SEND services. Our motion calls for this council to convene a fresh process involving all the stakeholders, not because we have not worked with schools and parents and health professions already, but because we have not had a process which focuses entirely on early intervention before. Early intervention is not about identifying children with special educational needs. It is about ensuring that all the needs that children might have, such as speech and language therapy, emotional and psychological support, are readily available as soon as they are needed. Children cannot wait to grow up. If there is an 18-month waiting list for a service that a child needs when it is 4 years old, then that child will not wait for 18 months until that service has been provided before becoming 5 years old. We need to help families too, which is why family support services need to be a part of this process. We shouldn't just aspire to be as good as the best counties. We should learn from best practice in other countries too, where children are helped as soon as they need that help, and where the number of children needing specialist provision is small and stable. We must recognise difference, but we must also design a system which does not make those differences a problem. This council can do better, this country can do better, and most importantly, the children themselves deserve better.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Spot on in terms of your 5 minutes to the second. Councillor Peter Byatt, I would invite you to formally second the motion and confirm whether you wish to speak now or reserve your right till later.
Thank you, Chair. I second the motion and I reserve my right to try not to drone on too much later. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Byatt. Councillor Andrew Reid, as the spokesperson for the administration, you may speak up to 5 minutes at any time during the debate.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I would actually like to propose an amendment.
Thank you very much. Do we have a copy of the amendment? Shall I go over the procedure?
Procedure. Basically, I've got to decide whether I'm going to accept the amendment. Sorry, the first thing to do is I've got to decide whether we actually accept the amendment.
Has everyone had a chance to look at the amendment? The monitoring officer is going to first look at the amendment and decide whether it's acceptable. And I'll hand over to Nigel Innes when he's ready. Are you ready, Nigel?
Councillors, I've reviewed the proposed amendment to motion 3 and in line with 8.36 of amendment to motion standing order, I will accept the amendment to the motion.
Thank you very much. We will now enter into a debate.
Let's see if they accept it.
Councillor Reid, as proposer of the amendment, do you have a seconder?
Yes, I do. Councillor Bobby Bennett.
Good. Councillor Martin, as proposer of the original recommendation, and Councillor Byatt, as seconder of the original recommendation, are you prepared to accept the amendment?
No, Madam Chairman, we're not.
All right, then we will need to debate the amendment. We have 3 minutes per councillor. The proposer and seconder of the amendment have 5 minutes.
Bobby Bennett's 5 minutes.
Bobby Bennett. Councillor Bennett has 5 minutes. Councillor Reid doesn't have 5 minutes?
No. So,
okay. Councillor Bennett has 5 minutes. Councillor Reid has 5 minutes, surely.
Well, he's only proposing he has 5 minutes to speak on his amendment.
Councillor Reid, you have 5 minutes to speak on this amendment.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman, and indeed I would like to speak now, and then we'll be followed by Councillor Bennett. So thank you very much to Councillor Martin for explaining that Councillor Byatt was indeed at the Education Scrutiny meeting last week, and I did actually feel that the scales were falling away from his eyes as there was further discussion about the work that we have been doing to date. And I can't accept this motion and the requested amendments are made because, you know, let's be clear, it does not reflect the actual state of the service, and as such can only be a deliberate attempt to mislead. It calls upon the Council to implement proposals and plans to improve SEND provision, especially in early years setting. These are already in place. They're in place, as Councillor Bennett will explain, around the graduated approach, for example, and families first. Of course, that hasn't been recognised. And I believe that you are misrepresenting our position, and this needs to be corrected. Madam Chairman, children with special education needs and disabilities are not political pawns for opposition councillors to play silly games with. If a motion is not prepared to truthfully reflect what is happening, then we're not doing democracy a service here. What today's motion does serve to do is give me a welcome chance, an opportunity to share with you all the strides that we are making within SEND services in Suffolk. In particular, I'd like to share the extent of positive impact that the SEND reform is having on those services. We have detailed data and evidence to show this improvement, especially in terms of timeliness and reduction of complaints. I'm delighted to share some of that progress now, and I feel it is real, measurable, and significant. Projections that by January, we will be exceeding the national average for completing education, health and care plans within 20 weeks. This reflects a substantial leap forward. We are issuing more EHCPs than at any point before. November alone saw 364 plans issued compared with 186 last November, a 65% rise. And annual reviews are also increased, with 892 completed this November compared to 775 last year. Now, these improvements have not happened by chance. They stem from a deeper understanding of our services, both our strengths and areas where children, young people, and families need us to do better. We now have a detailed view of the system and a robust and clear plan to tackle gaps and build on opportunities identified. It is also important that we recognise the impact of Suffolk County Council's investment in staffing. This has enabled us to grow and stabilise our workforce and make really meaningful progress in improving our services overall, compared to others in the country. The motion talks about early intervention for children and SEND. Working with early years settings and health colleagues, we are reviewing the notification process to identify children who are SEND learners and increase better early intervention. This work covers the government's Best Start in Life programme, which focuses on improving outcomes for children from pregnancy to age 5, aiming to ensure that 75% reach a good level of development by the time they start school. We are very proud of the fact that 97% of early leavers and nursery settings in schools in Suffolk are rated good or outstanding, and we celebrate this fact. Work continues with our sector leaders to support this outstanding practice in early years. It's important here to describe that despite this progress, we know improvement is not being felt consistently across all families, and we are genuinely sorry this is the case. But the complexity of the SEND landscape is widely understood. It is a system involving multiple partners, each with different priorities and responsibilities. And at the same time, demand continues to rise, with requests for plans increasing by 20% in the last year alone. This all takes place within the context of a nationally acknowledged crisis in SEND provision. The long-awaited reforms by government have once again been delayed until the new year, prolonging uncertainty for families and services. While we know that there is more work ahead, we are confident that we have the right foundations to create lasting change, supported by strong data, a clear understanding of the system, and closer collaboration with partners across schools, health, and the Parent Carer Forum. In closing, I want to reaffirm our determination that we remain committed to transparency, co-production and continuous improvement. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bennett, would you like to speak now or later?
I'll speak now. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I want to start by acknowledging the... turn that on. Thank you. I want to start by acknowledging the past experience of many families that cannot be undone. We know from young people, parents, carers, that their experience of the SEND system of the past has been traumatic, and there are legitimate feelings of frustration and anger. We recognise and acknowledge this. We cannot undo the past, but we can change the future. And I can tell you that there is a clear shared determination across all partners to make a real and positive difference to the lives of children and young people with SEND. As a member of the SEND Improvement Board, we meet regularly as partners with Health, Education and our Parent Carer Forum to monitor the progress of our Priority Action Plan, which we developed in response to the inspection findings. We know ourselves better, including where our challenges are, our risks are, and the opportunities that exist. And we have stronger governance and processes to make sure that this change happens. And we're making strides towards improvement, as Councillor Reid has set out, and data and evidence tells us that there are emerging positive signs in Suffolk SEND reforms. The real measure of this will be when those changes are felt by our children, families, and the parents. Our Families First programme is moving at pace towards a full rollout in spring 2026. And more information is in my Cabinet report on page 139, including that our delivery plan has been well received by the Department of Education. However, we are not being helped by the government. The school's white paper, which was due to set out major reforms, is delayed once again. Reform of the SEND system is urgently needed, and it is unavoidable. We cannot continue to deliver against a broken national system. What we are seeing in Suffolk is replicated across the country. An exponential rise in the number of children with a diagnosis of special educational needs and/or disabilities. Nearly 1 in 5 pupils, that's 1.7 million children, now receive some form of extra support for SEND, an increase of 100,000 in the last year, according to national data. We need a system that puts inclusion first. We need a national framework for additional needs. Much needed clarity for young people, parents, carers, schools and professionals. This would ensure that everybody understands what support should be available without a statutory assessment and where statutory intervention actually adds. We need vital policy reform to help us meet this need. And finally, we need urgent clarity on the plan for the designated schools grant. Watching the Chancellor respond to a question on this yesterday did not give the urgent clarity required, nor did it give any degree of confidence that there is a plan to address it. The DSG remains a substantial ongoing fiscal risk to councils up and down the country that needs to be resolved. And in the meantime, I want to assure you that we will continue the work we're doing with partners in Suffolk to make things better. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Martin, would you like to respond now?
I will do, Madam Chairman, yes, thank you, and I'll be fairly brief. I agree with most of what is being said by Councillor Bennett and Councillor Reid, and we, as I said before, are totally in support of everything that this council is trying to do to help children with special educational needs. But I reiterate my point that I do not believe that there is sufficient help at the very earliest stage. And those of us who have received communications from our own residents know that there are children who still have to wait significant periods of time for help that they ought to be getting almost straight away, and that is leading to additional problems later on. It's not about what the council says it's going to do, or indeed what about the council says it is doing. It is about what the parents are telling us is actually happening to their children on the ground. And I'm not sure that's necessarily entirely the fault of this council either. I think that there's an awful lot to be said about working more closely with schools, and very often the schools make that difficult. But the problem is arising at a very early stage, and I think we need to focus on that early stage, which is why we're calling for more emphasis on that early stage.
Thank you, everyone. Councillor Byatt, would you wish to speak on the amendment? If any other councillors wish to speak, please indicate now, or else I'm going to close the vote because we need to get through. Councillor Cenci, Councillor Finch, we've got 4 councillors.
Councillor Robinson, Chairman.
Councillor Robinson, we have 5 councillors. Yeah. And I'm now closing the
debating the amendment.
the request to speak on the amendment. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Byatt.
Thank you. Thank you for the amendment.
You have 3 minutes, Councillor.
Yeah, I'll be quick. First of all, our motion was never intended to be a political motion. So by including this second paragraph here, you have made this a political motion. The motion was intended to support and double down on the excellent work that is being done by our staff, by our colleagues in all areas to support children and their well-being and their mental health. The other wording here, it feels like we've had our homework corrected, 5 out of 10. I'm sure Councillor Martin would agree that the wording, I suppose it's semantics about whether we convene or continue. We will continue that good work. I will speak when the substantive motion comes up on other matters from education scrutiny, and I want to thank, though, Councillor Robinson for his chairing, Councillor Reid and Councillor Bennett, Sarah Jane and her staff, because all of the meetings that I've been to have been thorough, apolitical discussions, really excellent scrutinising of children's services. But what concerns me is that by making this now political, we're doing our children a disservice. We are using them as a political football to score points. I cannot support this amendment. I might be able to support it if paragraph 2 was removed, which I think is an unnecessary addition to politicise the future of our children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cenci, you have 3 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Okay, yes, that's fine, thank you. I'm going to start with some good news and then I'll make my points from that. So I'm a governor at Sprites Primary School, and just a little while ago they won Primary School of the Year, the Pearson's Award, making a difference. So I'm just going to read out why they won this award. So this is in the whole of the country, and I'm really, really proud of them. Sprites Primary is living proof that with belief and compassion, every school and child can thrive. Once placed in special measures, following 2 successive inadequate Ofsted judgments, Sprites now stands as a beacon of excellence. Sprites' vision is to provide the full curriculum so that every child can engage their interests, and the experiences offered by the school go way beyond the classroom. Child sing at the O2, camp under the stars, walk the grounds of Cambridge University, often experiencing life beyond their neighbourhoods for the first time. The school has transformed old rooms into kids' kitchen, live lounge and art studio to deliver a full, inspiring curriculum. The school's SEND provision, once heavily criticised, is a model of best practice, attracting families from across the region. Pupils with complex needs are not just supported but championed, such as Oscar, a pupil with ASD, who with the right support became head boy and gained the opportunity to represent the trust at the House of Lords. Now, the reason I point that out, one, I'm proud, and I did do a lot of the SEND governor visits as well, and I could see the progress over the years. But secondly, they didn't wait for a motion. They didn't wait for the assessments. They've got someone in there that looks at that child, and the whole school takes care of that child. Frameworks were put in place, models were put in place. They were dealt with way before their assessments were finalised. Now, if that can be done in one school when they were inadequate just 3 or 4 years ago, then I am sure this can be replicated across every school. And I think that, although I agree with the sentiments of Councillor Martin, there are things that are already going on in there with Sprites, with speech therapy, support for the parents who are supported every step of the way. They're invited in, they are spoken to, they agree the plan, they look at what's going to happen with that child. and they are so well looked after. Now, for me, this is not rocket science, and it doesn't seem difficult. So along with all the good work that we're already doing, I think the schools do need to do much more. And however we can facilitate that, I'll give that a tick, along with all of you, I'm sure. Thank you.
Thank you. We now have Councillor Scarf.
Thank you, Chair. I'm inclined to agree with Councillor Byatt when he mentioned schoolwork corrections, because actually I feel that some of the original wording that's been taken out actually explain the severity of the situation. There is an acute shortage of speech and language therapists across the country, so why you would shorten that to the shortage, I really don't understand. It is a bit semantic. But the thing I would point out, the inserted paragraph and failure to address the issue of increasing dedicated schools grants deficit. We all know about that, but isn't it a bit rich from the Conservative administration to mention that when they were in charge up to 18 months ago, and even under their government, the dedicated school grant deficits actually increased drastically. You didn't do anything about it then, and now you're complaining about the Labour Party, who are actually going to do something about it next year. I know it's not great. We would all like it being done straight away, but I think we should wait for the government to actually introduce their white paper, and actually maybe they will finally kill the schools grants deficits. We don't know, and it's an unknown. But you didn't do much about it during your time, and I'm not normally political.
Thank you. Councillor Finch.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I will continue on from where Councillor Cenci, really, similar story. I'm a governor at a local primary school, and I just got, in summary, the evidence from the teacher that actually looks after our SEND pupils. And this is a very small one. I mean, we're talking about 40 pupils, which is a tremendous drain on staff providing SEND services on top of their normal services. And all I would say is, asking the question to them, are you getting the support you need? And she says it is improved and it is working well. I therefore will approve the amendment.
Thank you very much. We now have Councillor Robinson. Councillor Robinson, are you ready?
The council is facing very real economic challenges. Deficits are predicted to be as for 2025-26, 87 million, 26-27, 120 million or maybe more, 28, possibly even 200 million. The current CYP overspend is 20 million, which includes 1.8 million acts from the transformation programme, I understand. Meanwhile, the government is kicking the can for additional funding down the road to 2028, as I believe I read in the reports. And approving what appears to me, although I'm not a qualified accountant, clever reporting devices to obfuscate the reality to the public. Although the reality for us is that the council is having to fund something like 5 million of annual finance charges. I would encourage Councillors Martin and Byatt to focus their efforts on lobbying the government to bring forward the date when the government will take over funding for the dedicated schools grant and do that much more quickly. It would help us enormously. My interest is very real because in my electoral division there is a secondary school currently shedding SEND provision because of budgetary constraints. And I'm energetically involved in assisting the parent and grandparent of a child. I've met with the head teacher and he expressed his dismay that other schools in the area are not pulling their weight in making provision. He also made the point that he was working with his colleagues once they pulled out this particular SEND provision for this young man. They're working on a way to deliver better service with better outcomes for the child. So that's very heartening. It suggests that improvement can be made. So rather like Councillor Stringer, I had to use Google to look up what deliberative process meant. It is something which strives to do the following. It is multi-party, structured, makes informal decisions, weighs evidence, takes multiple viewpoints to find shared ground and to arrive at shared conclusions. I think another shorter, more accurate term would be an inquiry. Thus, it seems to me that Councillors Martin and Byatt appear to be calling for an inquiry. And we remember the most recent COVID inquiry that took 4 years and cost 100 million quid. We don't need more bureaucracy and cost. So I suggest move point 2 to first place because it's something that can start tomorrow, and change point 1 to the following. Speak to the secondary schools currently providing SEND to learn the best practices and insist that all schools provide adequate SEND provision and implement this SEND excellence across all secondary schools in the coming 24 months. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are going to take a vote on the amendment. He has not proposed an amendment. He has mentioned how he'd like something to be changed. He has not proposed an amendment.
Pardon?
We are going to take a vote
I'm just
now
posturing.
on the amendment. Councillors, please listen. We're going to take a vote on the amendment, which I'm going to read out. The government SEND strategy focuses on providing the best possible support for children in mainstream schools. The shortage of speech and language therapists, the varying attitudes of schools across Suffolk, reduction in early years provision, and the delays faced by parents in getting help for their children all lead to variable outcomes for children in Suffolk. Additional para. The Council also registers its frustration at the government's delay to the SEND white paper and failure to address the issue of increasing dedicated schools grant deficits. Therefore, the Council agrees to 1. Continue its deliberative process within the local area partnership involving schools, children, parents, therapists, medical practitioners and CYP officers to identify failings and blockages in the provision of the best possible early interventions, corroborating its work through the SEND Improvement Board. And 2, continue with its plan to support parents, children and schools at the earliest possible stage, minimising the impact of special needs on children and their families. Is everyone clear now what we are voting on? In that case, I will open the vote. So please vote now. Yes, if you agree on the amendment. No, if you don't, and abstain if you don't know which way to vote. Thank you. Has everybody cast their vote? In that case, I will close the vote. The motion to amend motion 3 has been carried. And the amendment is accepted. 31 for, 14 and 3 abstentions. Thank you. We will now continue on to debate the amended motion 3. It's the clean version is being distributed. So we go back.
So Nigel, what's the process now for the Chairman?
Chairman, now is that we're going to debate for the substantive motion as amended.
So who's the proposer and the seconder?
So the proposer and seconder are now Bobby and Andrew.
Andrew and Bobby.
Yeah.
Andrew and Bobby.
Yeah. So Andrew gets an additional 5 minutes.
Do we have that written out for the Chairman, or is that?
Not yet.
It's okay. I think.
Okay.
Okay. Right.
Okay.
We're now going to debate the amended motion 3, which has become the substantive motion. The proposer, Councillor Reid, has 5 minutes. The seconder, Councillor Bennett, has 5 minutes. The spokesperson for the opposition has 5 minutes, and everyone else has 3 if you must. Councillor Reid, would you like to open the...
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I will provide some brief summing up at the end.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bennett, would you like to speak now or later?
Can I reserve my right to speak for a few moments?
The spokesperson for the opposition, who is Councillor Byatt, would you like to speak now on the substantive motion?
If I may, Madam Chair, and how long do I have?
5 minutes.
5. Bonus. Welcome to my world. Thank you. Thank you for the amendment, Councillor Reid, and I think we will now obviously have the usual positive debate on this. I think I said briefly before about really not wanting to politicise it, and I'm not going to do that. What I actually want to talk about is about children. We are all children, all of us. Some of us are blessed with children. Some of us are blessed with grandchildren. And looking around the chamber, some of us might even be blessed with great-grandchildren. And that's a responsibility. All of us make choices in life, whether we have children or not, we are children. And we know we've tried to make the best of what our parents did for us. I was very lucky. I had a relatively privileged education. I actually went to a private school, mainly because my father was in the army and had no choice, otherwise I'd have been off to West Africa. But what was interesting was that education I had gave me a great breadth of understanding. But what it didn't do was to take me to the school of life. And I think that's really important. However we start, we all start the same. It's those influences. And good education is so important. And we do have, in Suffolk, a good educational system. I taught for about 40 years. I'm actually only in my 40s, that's what it's done to me. However, I respect every teacher in every school. I respect our support staff who do so much to make sure that we support those children. And it still comes back to special educational needs. And we do know, Councillor Reid, you did say, there is room for improvement. And what we're trying to do, and we're still trying to do, is say, right, let's push that improvement forward. Councillor Bennett, you mentioned about a broken national system. Yes, it's been broken for many years over successive governments. It's almost as if the children's rights have been ignored. And as I said earlier, they should always be respected. But coming back to what was said earlier, we almost had, Councillor Smith earlier on talking about the Christmas spirit and Scrooge and things like, we know the story of Christmas past. We know what life was like for children in the past. We want our children, our grandchildren, great-grandchildren, to have a better start in life. And that's what this is really all about. I feel very passionately about making sure that, because my children, I want them to be able to succeed in what they're doing. And I'm proud of what they do, and I'm sure you are all proud of your children. But just very briefly, we know that poverty affects children, and we come right back to the point about the 2-child cap. That was, I suppose, sticking plaster to try and get money into those desperate families. Councillor Bennett, thank you very much. You mentioned the Marmot project. Please all get involved with it. It is absolutely tremendous. It's a really great thing which will transform the lives of many people across our county. But the only negative things that we talked about at scrutiny were the delays to EHCPs, educational, health and care plans. And that's important that we get the speed up on those. And that's desperately vital to those children, particularly in the should we say, the difficult areas of our county where they are suffering from poverty. That's really important that we focus on them, but make sure that it doesn't stigmatise people in particular wards. Timelines, that's really important. The problem about accessing services near where you are, Councillor Martin talked about that, but also early intervention. Really pleased to hear about the new pods we're having formed, to make sure that we're focusing on age groups. That's a real positive out of the children's scrutiny. Other positives, that the strategies we're working on, belonging and inclusion, alternative provision, SEND sufficiency, preparation for adulthood, absolutely vital, particularly as corporate parents, needs. and joint SEND commissioning. And we have recently, I think we've talked about this at scrutiny again, appointed an assistant director for commissioning, performance and quality assurance. Value for money. We've got to make sure that we are getting those investments in there. And that's why we wanted to reinforce what we're trying to do for special educational needs across this county. Don't we want to leave a legacy, us as a council, as a whole council, as this council probably, I have no inside knowledge, probably approaches its end in May, but we will look forward to a new council coming in. We look forward to whatever shape the unitaries are, that they will take that legacy forward and take what we have done at this council to make sure that those children are supported, absolutely, from the cradle to adulthood and eventually to the grave. And that is something which I feel very strongly about, that we need to look after those. One of our colleagues over there spoke about looking after vulnerable people. They must be looked after. We cannot ignore the needs of vulnerable people in our society. So, when I started teaching in the 70s, I had no idea about neurodivergence. But now we have children with ADHD and other conditions, and they are not naughty children. They are children who need support, and we need to be doing our best to make sure that our special needs system is absolutely 100% supportive of them. So, unfortunately, because you have put a political comment into here, I cannot support this motion as it is, but I support the spirits. My apologies, I didn't get the first bell. Gone a bit Mutt and Jeff. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Does anyone wish to speak? We've already spoken. Anyone else? Because I'm closing the debate now, because we've got another motion to get through as well as several papers. I don't know whether everyone can be here till 7, so please, if you're going to speak, please don't repeat what others have said. Thank you very much. Councillor Topping.
Thank you, Chair. As a previous Deputy of Children's Scrutiny, I would just like to point out that in bullet 1 it says about continuing deliberative processes with stakeholders, including therapists, identify failings and blockages in the provision. Well, I can talk from experience that the blockages 2 years ago in the educational children's healthcare plans was because there were not enough speech and language therapists to actually provide the number of hours that the young people needed in their plans, and so we failed on those plans because we didn't have those professionals. So I would like to know what has changed. How are we and the government going to train, encourage and retain speech and language therapists so that young people who need them can access them in a timely manner? Because as somebody from across the chamber said earlier, the young people can't wait, they need this provision now, and this is one of the reasons we fail our ECHPs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Bennett, would you like to come in?
Thank you.
Councillor, you have up to 5 minutes.
Hopefully I won't need that. Unfortunately, there's no getting away from the politics. You know, we need national reforms. We're waiting for them, and the DSG remains the biggest challenge that many councils face, not just the size of it itself, but servicing that as well. But Councillor Martin, talking about early intervention, gives me an opportunity to talk about families first, which simply put is our plan about how we help families in the community, including those with SEND. And the goal is to make sure that every family gets the support exactly at the right time when they need it, and moving that focus very, very much into early intervention. We want to step in and support before small problems become big emergencies. And how we're doing it is a few ways, sort of strengthening our work with families, moving to a whole family approach, having those conversations with families so that we trust and empower them to find solutions for their own problems, and working together with partners to break down silos across agencies and using specialists to tackle some of the diverse problems we come across. And through an easier front door, making our services easier to access through an integrated front door, shifting the whole system towards that earlier prevention and support. It's very live. The conversations are happening now. We're recruiting practitioners in the family group decision-making team at the moment, and very much looking forward to telling you more about it when this rolls out in the county early next year in the spring. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to tell you that's exactly what we're doing.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bennett. Councillor Wellham.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't going to speak, but I'm not yet a great-grandfather, but I'm a grandfather, and I've got an 11-year-old granddaughter with special education needs. So I can talk a little bit about the experience that the family had when she moved to Suffolk 4 years ago from a lovely school where she had, in the special unit in that school, special provision for all youngsters with special education needs. So a mum knew the system. Mum was a deputy head in a large secondary school, so she was fully aware of what needed to be provided for her daughter and fully aware of all the processes that she'd gone through where they'd lived before. But she had to fight the system for 3 years before her daughter was offered and received adequate provision. Sorry, it was hard. Access to officers to get things agreed, that was so slow. That was part of the problem, the resources of just getting access to county officers to get things agreed, get the care plan agreed, and then to find the provision that met the care plan. As Councillor Cenci said, much of what needs to be done can be done locally, but the resources are needed. It's no good having all the resources in 1 or 2 schools. All of the schools need the resources. The county centrally needs the resources. Care plans need to be completed and agreed more swiftly. And resources, not just speech and language therapists, other resources need to be provided, and they need to be provided now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think if there's any more, does anyone else need to speak? Would you like to sum up, Councillor?
Yes, I would. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman, and thank you for the additional comments that have been helpful in illuminating some of the things that you've said in your original motion. And I'm glad, Councillor Martin, that you are supporting our efforts. And I understand that you want to emphasise certain aspects of it. And you're quite right. You know, early years, early intervention is absolutely central to our approach. And let me reiterate, that is what we are focusing on. So when it comes to using, and you did sort of say, well, why do you take these words out? But I don't like emotive adjectives, and I don't like things that don't actually necessarily reflect the true state of affairs. But I can say that when it comes to you asking us to convene a deliberative process or to produce a plan when they are already in place does make a problem for us, and we want to correct that. We want to give a proper representation of the work that we are already doing. And we talked about the politics, Councillor Scarf, and thank you, Councillor Bennett, for mentioning the politics are never far away. Only yesterday, in the House of Commons, MP Jenny Riddell Carpenter putting a question to the Prime Minister about the state of Send in this county, especially, she said, especially Send is in crisis, especially in Suffolk, which is in special measures. Wrong. Absolutely wrong. And that is misleading. That is political. That is directed at the good work that the team here are already doing. And I'm just not prepared to accept it. So, thank you.
We will now move to an electronic vote on the substantive motion. Please don't press anything yet. If you support the motion before you, press yes. If you do not agree, press no. Press abstain if you wish to abstain. Are you all ready? I will start the vote. Please vote now. Please ensure your screen shows the words, "Your vote has been cast." Has everybody voted? I shall now close the vote. Good. Thank you, everybody. This is an important motion for us. Motion. We will now go on to agenda item 7, motion 4. We have received an amendment to the original published motion, and the wording of the amended motion has been circulated to all councillors and published on the council's website. The amendment has been accepted by the proposer and seconder of the original motion, and therefore it is now the substantive motion. The amended motion is proposed by Councillor Philip Faircloth-Mutton and seconded by Councillor Nadia Cenci. I will now call on Councillor Philip Mutton to propose the motion.
Chairman, can I just have a point of order? Could I have a point of order? You said that the amendment had been agreed. Was it agreed 48 hours before the meeting or during the meeting? 48 hours before. That's all our constitution allows.
Councillors, we will need to adjourn and have a brief conversation. Councillors, we have conferred with the monitoring officer and the amended motion stands, and we will now debate it. Councillor Philip Faircloth-Mutton, will you speak, please, for up to 5 minutes?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. In the heart of rural Suffolk, the post office is more than a place to send letters and collect parcels. It is the lifeblood of our villages and small towns, a trusted hub where communities connect, where older people find reassurance, and where local businesses thrive. To speak of the post office is to speak of resilience, of tradition, and everyday ties that hold rural life together. In the pandemic, post offices were often those that made life a little bit more bearable in otherwise unbearable times. In South Suffolk, where supermarkets were devoid of household essentials, it was post offices like those in Boxford and Great Waldingfield that stepped up to the plate, went above and beyond, and provided services when others could not. Maintaining rural services is not simply a matter of convenience, it is a matter of public health. When post offices, libraries and transport links disappear from our villages, isolation grows, particularly among the elderly and those without easy access to technology. Loneliness is not a trivial issue. It has been linked to serious long-term health consequences, including depression, cardiovascular disease, and even accelerating the onset of Alzheimer's or dementia. Such consequences inevitably put pressure on adult care services, which of course is this council's biggest line of statutory expenditure. Post office branches are not only social anchors, they are economic engines for rural Suffolk. They provide essential banking services for small businesses, enabling local trade to flourish without the need for long distances to travel. They attract footfall to village and market town centres, supporting shops, cafes and markets that rely on passing custom. By offering services such as bill payments, parcel handling and access to cash, post offices keep money circulating around our local economies. Each branch is a multiplier that must be preserved. An estimated 98.6% of post office branches in the UK are run by independent postmasters, making it the largest retail network in the country. Rural branches are disproportionately important. Surveys show that 40% of rural residents rely on post offices for financial services, compared with 37% nationally. One of my proudest achievements as a county councillor was when working with local stakeholders, including Great Waldingfield Parish Council and Baber District Council, in successfully reopening the loved Great Waldingfield Post Office. I appreciate, however, that such campaigns are not always fruitful. And when they are not fruitful, it is the detriment to our residents. It is in that spirit that Motion 4 is submitted today. Local government must recognise that being proactive is not a luxury, it is a necessity. Too often councils find themselves reacting to crises that have already taken effect. Whether it is the closure of rural local post offices, decline of bus services, or the creeping isolation of vulnerable residents. By contrast, proactive leadership anticipates challenges, invests early in community infrastructure, and safeguards vital services before they are lost. This forward-thinking stance not only saves money long-term, but it builds resilience, strengthens trusts, and it supports our communities before they reach breaking point. As a council, we already work in partnership with the Post Office, such as on Moreton Hall in Bury St Edmunds, but we must go further, and today's motion does just that. I'm grateful to the Countryside Alliance for their support in shaping today's motion to better protect Suffolk's rural communities, and I hope you will join me in supporting this motion today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cenci, would you like to speak now or later?
Yes, please, thank you. Thank you, Chair. I won't need the full 3 minutes. Yes, I support this motion. There's probably something that even my colleagues don't know about me, but my first job when I came, after I had a family and went back to work part-time, was in the post office at Stoke Park, which is now built with an Asda on top of it. And I'll always remember the days when certain things happened, like the telephone bill arrived and they'd all be queuing up because they needed to pay that day, or the pension, and they would queue up and they'd go outside the door. And the thing is, it wasn't just about coming in to pay their bill or collect their pension. It was about talking in the queue, talking to us. I loved it, I enjoyed it. I always had time for them and to find out what was going on. To the point when one day a young person came in to tell us that she was collecting the pension on behalf of her grandmother, and we knew she was not the granddaughter, and we were able to call the police. That's what it was like in those days before technology. We were all together and didn't use the technology, and we enjoyed it. So it's about access to things like banking, shopping. Quite often they'll buy a newspaper, they'll buy some food perhaps in that post office, and where in the rural areas these things are diminishing, it's absolutely essential. In fact, I think it's something like 50 to 70% decrease in the economy because of a post office closing. So it's really, really essential. So the only other thing I'm going to say is that it reduces loneliness, as Councillor Philip Claire. I always get your name the wrong way round. Faircloth-Mutton. As I said, it's the loneliness side as well. So I really support this. I really think we need to shout about it. And although it's not in our remit necessarily with post offices, and not really part of my portfolio either, actually, I think this is a good way of expressing how important we think the post office is for rural areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stringer, as spokesperson for the opposition, would you like to speak?
Why not? What a good idea. Right, post offices, absolutely marvellous. Read this motion, still a couple of bits of it I don't understand, even amended it. I'm going to use a lyric. I know Councillor Smith really likes me using words from songs. Bit of a song no, I won't sing, I'll spare you that. A song from 2007. It's a band called The Imagined Village, and it's a song called The Hard Times of Old England. And it's relevant to today because it says, "The Countryside Alliance expects, I suppose, my support for their marching to bloody Blair's nose," that dates it. "But they said not a word when our post office closed, singing, oh, the hard times of old England." Now, interesting that Countryside Alliance are in this motion. Looked at their history on post offices. 2014 they were last active, campaigning for post offices. And by campaigning, I use that term really, really loosely. In this motion, we're backing their campaign. Their campaign at the moment exists of one piece of paper in response to a government green paper. So it's not much of a campaign. If one letter is a campaign, I've done 24 campaigns today alone. So yeah, I take that with a huge pinch of salt. Now, let's get to the practicalities. Post office is absolutely, totally vital. Yeah. Where I come from in mid-Suffolk, I've been personally responsible as a councillor for the bringing back of Hawley Post Office, Old Newton Post Office, Mendlesham Post Office twice, and there's another one I can't tell you about we're about to reopen. Now, we've done that without the help of the County Council. Didn't need you guys. The economic development teams at the district councils, absolutely spot on, got the grants in the right place, done. What it also needed was actually a green councillor. So you want to save post offices, vote green, right? But also what it meant, 3/4 of the post offices we've brought back needed the input of someone called an immigrant. 75% of the post offices in my division that we've brought back have been brought back because immigrants that have come to this country in recent years have invested in our communities. And I want to pay tribute to those immigrants. Thank you for investing in our rural community. Thank you for taking advantage of the grants, and thank you for working your backsides off, because you're doing a brilliant job for us. And in fact, when you open the next one, and I can't tell you where it is, because I really want to tell you, it will be absolutely marvellous for that local economy. So, I will be supporting the motion. Now we know what that Countryside Alliance campaign is, i.e. the one sheet of paper. Thank you, Chair.
Would anyone else like to speak? If not, I'm going to take Councillor Scarf.
Thanks. I did indicate twice already, but anyway, never mind. You got me the third time, so thank you. Yeah, I would support the motion, but I think there is a little bit of a fundamental problem with some of the wording. I'm not going to move an amendment, you'll be pleased to know. It says rural post offices. All post offices are important. Towns nowadays, many towns in Suffolk, no longer have that old-fashioned thing called a bank and rely totally on the post office, whether it operates in its own building, whether it operates in a Budgeons or a Tesco's or whatever. So let's not lose sight of the track of the fact that all post offices in Suffolk are important, because we have lost so many, not just in rural locations.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councillor Hudson.
Yep, thank you, Madam Chairman. I won't keep colleagues too long, obviously without stating of things that we've already heard. It's just that when you walk around many of our both rural and urban centres, you find that there's this desert. It's a desert not just financially, it's a feeling that you get from people, and I guess it's not just the elderly, it's everybody. The young people haven't got enough money anyway, but you know, you talk to them and it's something that's been in their life, not just for 2 minutes, Madam Chairman. It's been there for forever, you know, since Rowland Hill instituted it. And I really think it's such an integral part of our Suffolk and British society that if we were to lose this function, they've lost their banks, many have lost their jobs. The neat young people, I don't like the word neat, but they've lost their job. And once you take away hope from people for a job or a useful function, that's when they can start rebelling and putting the windows in. Then you'll have no shops. And when you've got that cultural desert and a financial desert, it's quite frightening, Madam Chairman. And I think we must use every ounce of our fibre to resist it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have Councillor Carter. Would you like to speak?
Thank you very much. I think this is great. Well done. I agree with absolutely everything that it says about the post office completely. I won't go through it all. But I have to regret to say that due to my strong beliefs, I can't support anything that supports the Countryside Alliance. So I will be abstaining. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that is... Oh, Councillor Dunning. Sorry, I didn't see you.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't going to talk, but I feel I really must, because actually I want to thank Halesworth Town Council for the work that they had to do recently, because as much as this paper says that you will support those at risk, they didn't know they were at risk in Halesworth. We lost our post office within days. We don't have a bank. The town council provided a bus to take the people from our town to a neighbouring village to try and use their postal services. We have people that cannot get their money. We have shopkeepers who cannot bank their money. We don't have a hole-in-the-wall cash machine, and we are a market town in Suffolk. So we've lost quite a lot, and the post office was a massive loss. At Christmas, our shopkeepers at this present moment in time are struggling. The amount of people that would come into our town at this time of year to use the post office, and they are no longer coming. So I thank you for bringing the motion, and I say, please, any help you can give to every post office, not those you just think are in risk. And thank the parish council for stepping in. They have managed to find a building that can be used. There has been a tender process to try and bring somebody to actually open up. But will it come in time for Christmas? No, probably not. So thank you.
Well done. Thank you so much. Thank you. On that note, I'm going to move to an electronic vote. Don't press anything on your touch. Councillor Mutton, Faircloth-Mutton, I failed to give you your chance to sum up. Would you like to?
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and I will do so briefly. Thank you to Councillor Cenci on her point. I think she absolutely is right. It is a personal service which is valued in our villages and our towns, and that was made quite clear into the motion. Moving on to Councillor Scarf's point, we were very clear on the very first line of the motion that this does refer to villages and towns in Suffolk. We have no cities, so I believe we are covering all post offices, including those in Stowmarket that he represents. Councillor Stringer, absolutely, we recognise all postmasters in Suffolk, no matter where they are from. The longevity of their service is a commitment and a contribution to the community, not just to the post office itself. Councillor Carter, it was more disappointing on your comments, playing party politics again. I just remember your and Councillor Lindsay and also some of your other colleagues in the Countryside Alliance's dairy and meats debate in this building a couple of years ago. You refused to support farmers then, and on this one you're not supporting our rather ambitious motion to actually stand up for a key part of rural life, which is our post offices, and I think that is a great shame. It's on records. Councillor Carter did abstain against that motion that would have supported the Countryside Alliance's motion on meat and dairy. And finally, Councillor Dunning, may I thank you for the point that you made about Halesworth and the good work that has happened there, and also with the local parish councils. It is in that spirit. Indeed, the point that I mentioned about Great Waldingfield, we came together as stakeholders, Baber, the local MP, and also Suffolk County Council and local residents. And I hope that if it is passed today, this motion can work across the board, not just the County Council, but all local stakeholders, in guaranteeing this wonderful service, a service that must be cherished and looked after. Thank you.
Councillor, a point of order has been raised by...
Point of clarification, Chair, if I may. Someone's personal convictions are not political. That's all I want to say. Thank you. So that attack was wrong.
That itself is a political comment, of course, sir.
Councillors, let's shut it down. We are now going to an electronic vote. Please don't press anything on your touch screen yet. If you support the motion, press yes. If you do not support the motion, press no. Press abstain if you wish to abstain. Are you all ready? I will start the vote. Please vote now. Please ensure that your screen shows the words your vote has been cast. Has everyone voted? I shall now close the vote. The results are 35 in favour, 0 against and 7 abstentions. Thank you all very much indeed. I'm now moving on to agenda item 8, which are the various reports from the directorates. Agenda item 8 is the Suffolk Health and Wellbeing Annual Report. This is a report by the Chief Executive, and I call on Councillor Steve Wiles to move the recommendations.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This report provides you with an overview of the progress Suffolk County Council has made with its safety, health and wellbeing strategy for the years from 2022 to 2025, along with the ongoing work to manage safety, health and wellbeing across the Council. The short annual report can be found in your papers at Appendix A. The annual report was approved and endorsed by the Council's corporate leadership team in June, and today I'm asking you to acknowledge the progress that has been made in the reporting period, and to recognise that our procedures and practices continue to keep us largely healthy, safe and well. There has and continues to be a significant focus on driving improvement through targeted shore performance monitoring. This has increased our levels of assurance, not only with our own internal arrangements, but also that of third-party commissioned and contracted services around their own management of safety and leadership level, helping to embed a safety-led approach to all activities. This, of course, aligns with our own corporate message of everyone home safe and well. We all recognise the importance that safety, health and well-being plays in our organisation. In addition to the already established mandatory safety, health and wellbeing training for staff when joining the County Council, and as part of our ongoing commitment, we continue to roll out ongoing annual renewal safety, health and wellbeing training before any other agreed mandated training. This has increased the awareness of the importance placed upon individuals, their responsibilities to good health and safety compliance, and also the overall perception of improved safety culture within the organisation. Madam Chairman, we cannot become complacent. Striving to reduce workplace accidents, incidents and near misses remains a key priority through appropriate and continued assurance
to both our legal and moral sure obligation. I commend the annual report to you, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wilds, do you have a seconder for your report?
Seconder is Councillor Joe Mason.
Councillor Mason, do you have anything to add? You have up to 5 minutes to speak.
Thank you, Chair. I don't think I'll need that. Chair, I'm happy to second this. The report gives a clear picture of responsibilities and the framework we work within to meet our legal duty on health and safety. Our assure arrangements remain central to that work. The Safety, Health and Wellbeing Board is doing important work in spotting patterns, both where things are going well and where improvements are needed. The regular signs of safety updates from directorates are helping us target support and communication more effectively. And it's good to see that approach strengthened through collaboration with internal audit on improving SURE governance. I also welcome the development of a SURE strategy for 26 to 28, making sure councillors and staff have the right support in place. And it will be essential as we head into a period of major change with devolution and local government reorganisation on the horizon. Good health and safety at work practices continue to be everyone's responsibility, and we must ensure that we all recognise the part that we all play in ensuring everyone remains safe and well at work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Harley, as spokesperson for the opposition, would you like to add to the debate?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. And I hope my comments are seen as complementary to Councillor Wiles and Mason, but just one or two slightly different perspectives. We are obviously taking our responsibilities seriously in safety, health and wellbeing and continuing to monitor progress. In terms of overall performance this year, we have seen a slight rise in overall working days lost, and there is also a rise in cases seen by occupational health, though there's a decrease in management referrals. But it's quite hard to extrapolate any trends from those figures. Mental health first aiders continue to be well used, although unfortunately there's a decrease in their number from 49 to 43 due to people leaving employment. And I trust there will be a further recruitment and training programme, as this can be a very valuable early intervention, particularly in cases of stress-related illness. I note there's still a significant shortfall in funds available from the government schools condition allocation for even priority one schools, priority one works in schools, which does lead to concerns that there may lead to further deterioration in the school's estate. Checking for asbestos and aeroclaved concrete continues with 387 sites identified for inspection, but only one site was identified with RAC in this year, and this has been made safe. There is a comprehensive action plan at the end of the report, and I'm informed there's still there's peer review with other authorities, but this isn't a formal process. ROSPA awards have not been applied for again this year in order to save time and money. There is some residual concern on my part that there's no external assessment of performance, and I've suggested that there be benchmarking of figures for work absence with neighbouring authorities to enable comparisons and ally concerns that we could be an outlier in these matters. Moving forward with local government reorganisation, there will of course need to be closer liaison with Norfolk. I'm once again pleased to commend this report and the action plan it contains. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Well done. This is an amazing report, and it's really good to see all the positive stuff in there. I just want to go to page 13 of the report and just express my disappointment, really, with the Office of National Statistics, who recently reported that minor illnesses, including mental health-related conditions, are beginning to return to pre-pandemic levels. I don't consider mental health-related issues to be a minor illness. This is no reflection on Suffolk County Council's producing of this report. If we don't take mental health-related conditions seriously, then we are going to lose a lot of staff, and it actually says that our staff, we have seen an increase of 0.96% regarding mental health related conditions. And that's probably not surprising, bearing in mind we were told that we should fast track to devolution, get all the benefits of doing that in advance, and then be told the mayoral combined authority is postponed for 2.5 years. So I'd like to thank our staff and those of our district and boroughs who have pulled all the stops out and done what they were asked to by the government, only to have all that work thrown away. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Byatt.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Wiles, and your team for a very thorough and interesting read. It's really just a minor question, page 23. It's already been mentioned about the RAC surveys, and we only have one of our buildings that's got RAC in, but it mentions here the responsibility of the academies to deal with any RAC or other incidents in their schools. We do have a duty of care to our children, so who do those academies report to when they may have issues with RAC or asbestos? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would anyone... Councillor Dunning.
Thank you. Mine's on a similar vein. It's on page 9. So obviously Suffolk County Council is responsible for maintaining the sites and buildings of around the 100 schools who have remained as local authority maintained. The same responsibilities for the academies obviously lie with the Academy Trust. So mine is quite similar. How do we check that the children are offered the same safety, or is it better? I mean, it might be better, but I would like to know that our children are in those schools that we're not keeping an eye on. Thank you, or are we?
Thank you very much. If there are... Oh, Councillor Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I will be very, very quick. On page 13, it talks about financial and professional services having the absence is reduced to 5.1% from the previous year when it's 5.8%, which is good. But what I'm interested in is, if you look to the left, adult social care and children and young people, I can imagine that's pretty attritional sort of work.
Yeah.
I'm wondering what's going on in financial and professional services that gives it a higher absence rate than, for example, children and young people. When I go through the further pages, I don't find any breakdown of that function, what's going on in terms of absences and so forth. So maybe somebody could write to me afterwards or give us an answer now, but I'd like to know. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If no other councillors wish to speak, I will go to Councillor Wiles as proposal motion to ask if you have anything else to add.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. And also thank you to the councillors Harley, Topping, Byatt, Dunning and Robinson for articulating things that they have seen. For me, the whole idea of having such a large report with lots of information is to make sure that we all follow what we need to follow to stay safe. It's in there. Of course there will be questions. I have support who is now taking notes, and I am sure that we will find an answer to your individual questions at a later stage. But thank you, because it does highlight the necessity for health and safety within our corporate environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Should we move to a vote by general affirmation? And we are now proposing to affirm the Safety, Health and Wellbeing Annual Report for 2024-25. Can I ask for, are there anyone wish to vote against support for this? Are there any abstentions? Can I take it that everyone in the room supports the report? Thank you. I'm now moving on to agenda item 9, the annual property report and strategic asset management plan. This is a report by our Chief Executive, and I call on Councillor Joe Mason to move the recommendations. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Chair. Me again. Okay, so I'm pleased to present the Suffolk County Council's annual property report for 2025. An update on a directorate that underpins the services our residents depend on. From schools and family hubs to fire stations, libraries, offices and county farms, our estate enables transformation, strengthens financial resilience and helps us deliver for communities across Suffolk. This is a large and complex portfolio, one I am still getting to know. Over 1,200 assets in total, including over 5,000 hectares of county farms. The strategy is clear: keep building safe, efficient and aligned to our priorities, deliver value for money, foster service innovation and support Suffolk County Council's ambitions of looking after our health and well-being, strengthening our local economy, protecting and enhancing our environment and provide value for money for our residents. Since taking on this role, I wanted to see our estate firsthand. In October, I joined officers for a tour that took us from Beacon House, where the solar canopy and battery storage show how innovation cuts costs and carbon, to the Phoenix Family Hub, where solar and heating upgrades are improving comfort and efficiency. We visited a number of county farm holdings, including meeting Greg Harrison at Art Farm Vegetable Box Scheme, Chris and Frank Cornish at Baber Place Farm, and Keith and Michael Lee, third-generation county farm tenants at Dakings Farm. Farmers whose pride, resilience and stewardship reflect the best of Suffolk. We also saw a biodiversity site on Tentry Road and a redundant barn at Red House Farm, now unsuitable for modern agriculture and suitably being prepared for disposal, releasing value that can be reinvested. And we also took the time to stop at Bridge Farm to visit their pet supply store and enjoy some rather good coffee. Selling it is part of their diversification plan. In the new year, I look forward to seeing more of our property estate. Managing an estate of this scale is not without challenges. Rising running costs, ageing buildings, and the need to secure and maintain vacant assets while decisions are being made about the future. The team is responding with smarter office use, rationalisation, and strategic disposals, always balancing cost, long-term value, and community benefit. In 2025, we achieved a number of notable successes. We relocated 600 staff from Landmark House to Endeavour and Beacon House, consolidating our office footprint while maintaining continuity of service. Brought libraries back in-house, keeping public access uninterrupted. Achieved a 40% reduction in energy footprint, over £500,000 in annual cost avoidance, and installed solar carports that power Beacon House that will keep the building off-grid for more than 120 days out of the year. We progressed a pipeline of disposals, preparing sites and securing consents in difficult market conditions. Delivering the new fire control accommodation for the Suffolk Fire and Rescue on tight timelines, earning the Chief Fire Officer commendation for 3 of our team members. And of course, as you announced, Chair, we celebrated a National ACES Award for Excellence for one of our junior officers, Hannah Hammond, in recognition of the quality of work related to Suffolk public sector property. Members, please note, the annual property report is a snapshot in time. Since submission, there are 3 updates in the report in front of you. So, the first, the Fit for the Future programme has now been reframed as an enabler for the changes that we know are coming to the Council. On devolution, mayoral elections are now expected, of course, in 2028, and the decision on the shape of any unitary arrangements will not be known until 2026. This all has an impact on our property. I'm pleased to report that county farm debtors have reduced significantly from over £170,000 as of the 5th of November to just over £17,500 as of the 28th of November. Finally, looking ahead to 2026, our priorities are clear. Optimising the estate, consolidating offices, repurposing underused assets and unlocking income and capital. Supporting transformation, providing corporate environments that enable new ways of working and integrated service delivery. Preparing for change, delivering property solutions for devolution and local government reorganisation. Driving growth and collaborating for impact through one public estate and shared hubs that bring services closer to communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mason. Councillor Cenci, would you like to speak on the paper?
Yes, thank you. I think Councillor Mason has said much that can be said in the chamber, but I do want my thanks recorded to the team. Of course, I was having that position for a lot of the year, and I want it recorded, their support, their knowledge, excellent team that helps to bring that report together and showcase what's being done over the year. And I also would like to thank Councillor Mason, because I think he's going to continue with the passion and enthusiasm for the role. It really is very interesting, far more interesting than it sounds. So I wish him luck. He's going to have good times, fun with a serious intent.
Thank you very much. Councillor Scarf, as spokesperson for the opposition, would you like to speak on the paper?
I've obviously been promoted. I don't think I am the spokesperson for the opposition, but here we go. Firstly, I'd like to say welcome to our new portfolio holder. Congratulations on your appointment. I think on this side we welcome the flexible ways that the council uses its property and land assets, and personally, in particular, its role as a landlord. The considerations of how we utilise assets, as you've said, is a very complex one, and there are many assets. Balancing the needs of the council re-staff, potential income, housing, diversification for other uses such as community use, new tenants, etc. Making the most of buildings and land assets has many examples. You mentioned Landmark House, and I think that's a really good deal. Our partnerships delivering much needed housing, the One Public Estate initiatives, etc. The way that staff working has changed dramatically since COVID, presenting opportunities and also challenges. We share and or dispose of our buildings. This in turn reduces staff travel time and benefits the environment at the same time, so it's a win. The world is ever changing, vacant spaces will arise and they will continue to arise, and how we deal with these challenges and opportunities does need a clear focus. I'd like to give a particular example of how a building can be repurposed. It's in my division. I would cite the former fire station in Stonemarket, quite an elderly building as a fire station, but a new purpose-built shared fire and police hub was built some years ago, meaning that the old fire station became vacant. The County Council, working with the local members, agreed to repurpose the building by granting a 99-year lease to Mid-Suffolk Voluntary Organisations Forum, locally known as Red Gables. Red Gables, working with the District Council, the Town Council, and utilising seal receipts from both councils and Section 106 funds, and the building will be repurposed and modernised to be a valuable community space, incorporating hireable rooms and offices, which in turn support the work of Red Gables and to expand providing much needed community facilities. So a good example, I think, of how the County Council has reacted to a redundant building and repurposed it. In closing, we know that whichever way local government reform goes, the challenges will remain, but it will also mean the creative use and reuse of assets and recognising the opportunities that LGR brings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If no other councillors wish to speak, I will go back to Councillor Mason to sum up.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Scarf, for your positive words. Actually, in paragraph 184, it speaks really quite particular to that there are processes in place. And if you don't mind, I'll just read from that. Where there is a potential trade-off between a capital receipt and social value for the community and or the council, these issues are taken to the CPPB, the Corporate Property Programme Board, for discussion and direction decision. The council has powers to override decisions to improve community well-being, but not to enable private profit. So, community well-being, there's a thought that we want to just put housing on things, but, a really strong part of the work that the property team do is looking at community benefit. So thank you for that. Members, this estate is adapting with purpose. The report shows that responsible, forward-looking management is essential to protect services and deliver value for money. Reducing costs, driving energy savings, supporting our farmers, advancing development sites, and managing assets carefully is financial resilience in action. We will act responsibly, invest wisely, and prepare confidently for the changes ahead, including devolution and local government reorganisation, taking a steady, pragmatic approach to getting the very best out of the assets we hold on behalf of the people of Suffolk. I want to place on record, Chair, my sincere thanks to Matthew West and his team and our corporate property colleagues. I've seen firsthand their professionalism, creativity and pride that tenants, colleagues and partners speak about so highly. Their determination to reduce energy use, support our farming community and secure best value for Suffolk residents is evident in every part of this report. With that, I commend the Annual Property Report 2025 to Council and invite members to note its contents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now move the recommendation, preferably general affirmation. Is there anyone in this room who does not support the Annual Property Report and Strategic Asset Management Plan? Is there anyone who would wish to abstain? I take it that everyone in the room agrees the report. Thank you. Agenda item 10 is the appointment of a returning officer for the Norfolk and Suffolk County Combined Authority. In light of the ministerial statement of December the 4th, 2025, and the devolution priority programme, agenda item 10 is withdrawn. We will now move to agenda item 11, amendments to the County Council's constitution. This is a report by the Chief Executive, and I call on Councillor Richard Smith to move the recommendations. Do you have a seconder, Councillor Smith?
Yes, I do, but I'd like to say a few words. Yes. I'm going to go off message now because we have the paper in front of us with recommendations. And the recommendations are to go to 120 minutes for debate and minor changes in the length of time that certain people can speak. We took 3 hours to go through the paper today, and so I ask you to vote through on this occasion the recommendations, but I would like to say that I will talk to the Leader of the Council upon his return and to other group leaders and see if we need another Constitution Working Party to bring this into reality. But I do recommend today that we vote this through, and we will come back if there is consensus for further change at our meeting in March.
Yes, please, Chair, I would. Just to say that it was an interesting meeting. The problem that I identified by a monitoring officer was actually that we were going over the 30 minutes because the Chair was giving exercise discretion to let more people speak. So adding another 30 minutes isn't going to address that problem, really. And also the issue for me, as well as overrunning the 30 minutes, is the quality of the debate. If it's a very low quality debate, time seems to drag. What does low quality debate mean? Well, for me, it's different councillors repeating the same point over and over again. And I commend the Chair today, who's actually done a good job of constantly reminding us not to repeat the same point. So unless we have a firm chairing and also a little bit of self-examination from ourselves as councillors about should I put my hand up or am I really just repeating or going to repeat something that one of my colleagues has already said. So I think with those 2 points, all that said, we do need to, there's another group now, and actually I think having more motions is a good thing. Having more ideas presented before us for debate is a good thing, but it all comes with the firm proviso that we need ourselves to be a bit more disciplined about not repeating the same points, and we need good chairing, such as we've seen today, to keep us within those 30 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hudson, you wish to speak?
Yes, very briefly, Madam Chairman. I do welcome the conciliatory notes from my colleague over there, Councillor Smith, as the Deputy Leader. I do think, I'll be frank with you, Madam Chairman, we were a little bit miffed. It seems that we were advised that the meeting could well be hybrid on Teams, but unfortunately, for whatever reasons, it doesn't matter. It's a very small point. It didn't happen, so we felt a little bit out of the circle on that one. It's not anyone's fault. I'm not laying any blame, but just as a matter of report to you, we did have an email that said it would be a Teams meeting, but sadly, I think I'm right, Councillor, that it didn't happen. So I bring that to your attention. And as regards, I agree with what Councillor Lindsay is saying. Very often debates can be boring, too long, and people can say the wrong thing, but I think the learned Judge Lord Diplock said we can be stupid, obtuse, vulgar, and say the wrong things, but we were put there by the people to speak our minds. And the Lord help anyone that prevents us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Byatt.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to prolong this. We used to have a rule whereby if your phone went off in the chamber, you were fined. I don't know if that can be brought back in or if it still exists. I was just wondering, I don't want to load the monitoring officer or his staff with extra work, but could we consider fining members of this council who do repeat themselves in the chamber? Thank you.
Thank you very much. This sounds like a job for AI, actually. Heaven forbid. So, are we ready to agree the recommendation by general affirmation? Or Councillor Smith, do you have anything further to add? Sorry.
I will just say a few more words because I do appreciate the views expressed in the chamber, but I would urge everybody to agree to what is in the report this time, with us reviewing it and coming back at the next opportunity, which isn't in February because that meeting is reserved for the budget, but next March. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it the wish of Council to agree the recommendation by general affirmation? Nobody is disagreeing. Good. We will now move on to agenda item 12, which is the appointment of committees. This is a report by the Chief Executive, and I call on Councillor Richard Smith to move the recommendations which you have all seen in your papers.
Now, I'm not going to go off mission this time. Chairman, under the Local Government Act 1972, the Council is required to secure a political balance in the constitution of its committees and subcommittees, which reflects the overall composition of the political governance of the Council as a whole. The report in front of us sets out the proposed number of seats on committees in Appendix 1 of the report and the allocation of these seats in Appendix 2. Following consultation with group leaders, Democratic Services will update the committee pages on the Council's website and will circulate a paper confirming any changes in committee memberships to all councillors once this work has been completed, and I'm happy to say that I envisage the completion date to be no later than the first week in January.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Stringer, would you like to speak now? Thank you. Does any other councillor wish to speak? I think there really isn't much summing up to be done at this point. So, Councillor Smith has proposed a you're happy with the situation as it is. It is the wish of Council to agree the recommendation by general affirmation. And no one does not agree. Anyone against? Right, we will move on to agenda item 13, attendance at meetings. This is about exemptions for meetings, and there are no exemptions before us today. So I will go on to agenda item 14, which is Cabinet Member Reports and Questions. Please remember that each councillor can only ask one question and one supplementary, and the time limit for each is 2 minutes. 6 questions in advance have been received. I call on Councillor Martin Robinson with a response by Councillor Hicks, and in his absence, Councillor Paul West to respond. Councillor Robinson, could you put your question, please?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Councillor West, in the last 3 weeks, the Bury St Edmunds Free Press has reported the sad news that 2 elderly ladies have tripped and been injured on poorly maintained paving in the Bury St Edmunds town centre. I've asked the Town Council to use their reserve of funds, they've got quite a bit of money, to fix paving in the town centre not covered by HMOP repair criteria and therefore ineligible for repair by Suffolk County Council, Suffolk County Council cost. I received some support from residents for this idea, but overall the politicos in Bury St Edmunds have rounded on my idea and imply that actually Suffolk County Council is falling down on its duty of care, with one councillor in particular saying that the council has a statutory duty to maintain the pavements, and he's gone so far as to write on Facebook that the county council is not fit for purpose. And another written point has been that requests are then lodged on the county reporting tool, and then people have to sit back and wait 6 months for a response. I was just wondering how you might respond to these serious allegations.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for Councillor Robinson asking the question. So the County Council is committed to maintaining the public highway and take the safety of all users, particularly pedestrians, extremely seriously. Of course, we're very sorry to hear about the recent incidents which are referred to, and wish all those affected a full and speedy recovery. Locations such as St John Street, where a member of the public recently had a fall, are subject to monthly safety inspections. During these inspections, any defects that meet the intervention threshold are scheduled for repair, and following the reported incident in St John Street, an order for repair was raised and a rocking paving slab was fixed. It's important to note that this particular slab, while it may have rocked previously, was not close to the 20 mil threshold under the safety defect standards, which are broadly similar to those used by other local highway authorities across the eastern region and the whole country. Councillor Robinson mentions asking the Bury St Edmunds Town Council to use some of their reserve funds. Obviously that's entirely a matter for them. However, in February this year, I read in the local press that that particular town council had allocated £50,000 from the 2025-26 budget, so the current financial year, for exactly this purpose under their pavement and public spaces money. So I guess you could sort of take that article back to them and just engage with them on that.
Thank you very much. Do you have a supplementary?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The next question is from Councillor Wellham to Councillor Hopfensperger. Councillor Wellham.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Councillor Hopfensperger. The Labour government are consulting on a paper which the Home Secretary has called A Fairer Pathway to Settlement. Care workers are very concerned that they will be adversely affected. In particular, care workers who arrive with a health and care visa supported by a sponsoring employer would be required to work for that employer for 10 years before applying for UK citizenship instead of the current 5 years, and it could be a 15-year wait for workers without an academic qualification at degree level or above. I've spoken to care worker family members within my division, and they feel that the proposed changes would put too much pressure on them and they could well leave the UK. Are you concerned that the provision of social care in Suffolk would be adversely affected if these proposals are enacted? Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Hopfensperger.
Thank you, Councillor Wellham, for your question. Excuse me, Mr. Catching.
I'm sorry.
The work of individuals who come from the outside the UK is valued and important, and I want to thank them all for what they do to support our most vulnerable residents. In Suffolk, there are 22,000 people working in adult social care. Around 20% of them are international workers from outside of the EU. This means that the sector is currently dependent upon foreign workers for a fifth of the existing workforce. This number is too high. What we would like to see, therefore, is more effort being made nationally to attract people already living in the UK to take up careers in care, so that ultimately the need to recruit from outside the UK is lessened. In Suffolk, we are working with Care Development East and the Suffolk Care Association to raise the profile of adult social care as a vocation. This is evidenced through our successful iCare campaign. What we really need, however, is more funding from government to help providers increase wages for their staff. And we're doing all we can to help in that regard, but the government must do more. This is a consultation, and I would suggest and urge Councillor Wellham to direct his concerns to that consultation so that the government can hear what he thinks. But finally, what I will say, and I can't let a question about care workers go without this comment. We all have a responsibility to take up the importance of careers in social care. We all have a responsibility to make social care as attractive as possible for people, especially young people, so that they want to pursue future careers in the sector. What is not helpful are national political figures devaluing or diminishing the important aspects of care, such as personal care. Describing a role as just wiping people's bums and saying it's not a job that he or others would want to do is neither helpful nor responsible. I hope, Councillor Wellham, you will take this opportunity to write to your National Party leader and ask him to do better in the future.
Thank you very much. Councillor, do you have a supplementary? No, okay. Councillor Carter, do you have a question for Councillor Chambers?
Thank you. Sorry, I've got a headache and I can't read. Following Suffolk County Council's public announcement of the active travel plans for the Melford Road junction in Sudbury, the message from residents is clear and has been extremely clear. While they support genuine active travel improvements, they cannot understand why funding is being directed to a scheme with no onward connectivity, when long requested improvements to the Kingfisher Walk to Baker's Mill route would be more impactful and deliver a genuine model shift. This scheme also has cross-council support, but will now be left unfunded until a further round of active travel funding. My question, given the overwhelming public opposition to the Melford Road scheme at this time, the clear lack of route cohesion and in its current form, and the fact that the Kingfisher to Baker's Mill route is widely supported and far better aligned with Active Travel England's principles, would you consider committing to reallocating the current funding to the Kingfisher to Baker's Mill route instead? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, so look, this scheme predates my days as the Cabinet member, and I understand from officers that originally, when the scheme was put together, you didn't object to the scheme, which is why it progressed to where it is now. However, if that has changed, then that's something that I'll clearly look at. So I'll be happy to meet with you and other local members to look at the issues raised by local people and to see what we can do.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary, Councillor Carter?
not really. That's great. Can we do it soon? Could we do it before Christmas?
Yeah, no, I'm happy to have a Teams call or in person as soon as possible. Because the scheme is due to start construction very soon, so I'm eager to get this resolved ASAP.
Thank you both. Councillor Bennett, a question for Councillor Chambers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. Could the Cabinet Member for Transport Strategy Planning and Waste kindly provide Council with an update on the review into 20-mile-an-hour speed limits as referred to during the motion debate on this issue at full Council in July of this year? Thanks.
Thank you very much. Yes, I can confirm that I'll be bringing a new 20-mile-an-hour policy before Cabinet in January.
Yes, thanks. I'd like to ask Councillor Chambers, would he still accept any submissions from members on this issue? For example, consideration of special cases like quiet lanes, where national speed limits are incredibly dangerous, as shown in a recent court case on the Suffolk cyclist fatality on a quiet lane, and outside schools, which has received quite a lot of attention, as well as ensuring that any new criteria do not impose any minimum speed limits. Would he be open to submissions on those sorts of matters? Thank you.
So I can't, in all honesty, no, is the answer to that, because the papers are currently being put together now for that January meeting. But all I'd say is hold that thought. Look at the wording when it's published later on this month. It may address some of the issues you've just raised, if not most, hopefully.
Thank you both very much. Councillor Bridgeman, you have an interesting question here for Councillor Chambers.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
It makes it sound really good. It's not that good. I spoke to a resident called Lucy. She was voicing her concerns and frustrations over what to do with leftover paint. There are community repaint schemes out there in some parts of England. Are there any in Suffolk, and is this something that we should offer at our bigger refuse centres in Suffolk?
Thank you very much. Yes, so look, the waste team has looked at this periodically, but has been unable to do that, mainly because the cost is around £100,000 a year. So but it is something that we are always looking to see if we can introduce. I understand there's an industry, recycling scheme to fund paint and reuse and recycling, capable of recovering some of these, but there's lack of funding to introduce such schemes at the moment.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary, Councillor?
No, you can stay sitting down.
Thank you. If I were allowed, I would have one, but I'll keep quiet. Councillor Stringer, do you have a question for Councillor Chambers?
I do, Chair. I did send it to him a couple of days ago. I just wanted to ask, during all the debates we've had about Suffolk in the last year, much has been made of the iconic built heritage of Suffolk, and rightly so, a lot of it's very beautiful. Given the importance of heritage, can I ask, when will Suffolk County Council update its published buildings at risk register?
I'm beginning to feel what it's like to be the Cabinet Member for Highways. So I can give you a really quick answer, or a slightly longer one. Up to you which one you want, Councillor Stringer. Really quick? Okay, I'll give you a slightly longer one. So Suffolk's Buildings at Risk Register forms part of the ongoing joint work between the county and district councils, the borough councils and the Broads Authority. It's designed to supplement the National Buildings at Risk Register, which is held by Historic England. In addition, the district councils also update their own risk registers as part of the vital work they undertake to monitor the condition of our heritage assets and seek improvements, for example, through issuing repair notices. still going. Our planning resources are rightly focused on planning for growth, and this work is in itself the main tool for conserving and enhancing our heritage assets, rather than producing documents which, in themselves, do not directly enable sustainable development. There is already a significant amount of work in progress, firstly working with districts to plan for increased housing numbers in Suffolk, secondly planning for changes and tremendous opportunities for jobs and employment as outlined in our economic strategy, and thirdly progressing our minerals and waste plan as I set out in Cabinet earlier on last week, whenever. All these initiatives will give careful consideration to heritage assets, both at strategic planning level and at the level of individual planning applications. So I acknowledge Councillor Stringer raises a good point, so therefore I'll ask officers to look at this further through the Suffolk Conservation Officers Forum, which I know is something already in the plan for next year.
Yeah, I respect the portfolio holder's response, but I have to say that really is not good enough. Our Buildings at Risk Register on Suffolk County Council website is something like 11 years out of date. There are buildings on there that have been rebuilt and have been award-winning conference centres for half a decade.
Councillor, do you have a question?
Yeah, I'm getting there.
It's not a statement.
There was a massive preamble earlier.
You have 2 minutes. Yeah.
There is so much out of date on there. There are people mentioned there that are owners that have long been dead. Can we have a commitment, if Suffolk County Council cannot find the resource to update this, can we please use our district partners who are eager to do this? Because if people are looking to invest in Suffolk, they look on portals like this and they will get a wrong perception of what Suffolk's about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are you coming back on this?
Well,
please do, if you
okay,
can.
yeah, no, that's fine. Look, I absolutely accept that it is a number of years since it was, a number of years out of date. So I will commit to that, and working with districts, absolutely. So happy to do that.
Thank you all very much. Are there any questions from the floor? There are.
Councillor Bird, I think, was first. Councillor Bird, Martin and Faircloth-Mutton. Are you scribbling them down, Nadia?
Right. We have 4 questions from the floor. Councillor Bird.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My question is to Councillor Richard Rout. The obvious, logical, rational case for one unitary government for Suffolk seems to be gathering widespread support. It's now had endorsement from leading figures in the business community, the NHS, local media. Would Councillor Rout agree with me that the only organisations remaining that seem to still be supporting 3 unitaries are the borough and district councils?
Thank you, Councillor Bird, for your question, and you're right to highlight that, yes, Richard Brame, prominent Ipswich businessman, Nick Hume from Esnet, Prima Fairborn Durai from the Suffolk Care Association, Anthony Douglas from the Suffolk Safeguarding Partnership, David Barker, former president of the Suffolk Agricultural Association, Pete Walkers from the tourism sector, Paul Geeter from the local media, have all endorsed One Suffolk, and not forgetting Councillor Stuart Bird from Felixstowe. So we are getting illustrious backers from all corners. I have heard of a couple of people backing 3 unitaries, to be fair, and I think 2 of them not district councillors or county councillors on the opposition benches.
On now to Councillor Martin.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I've got a question for Chris Chambers. Earlier on this year, a motion on Ipswich Northern Bypass was passed with cross-party support. However, in response to a question from a member of the public at the last full council meeting, he has said that a northern bypass for Ipswich alone is not going to be a solution, but it may be part of it. Can I ask him whether this council is still doing any active work on the possibility of an Ipswich northern bypass?
Yeah, yes, look, I think there's, as I said, it requires not just this county council, it requires our partners at district council level. We convened a meeting after the Suffolk Convention in October, which was called for, I think, largely by the Member of Parliament for Ipswich. Shame he didn't turn up for the meeting, but because in that room was the who's who. If you want to build a road, a major infrastructure road, everyone was in that room that could make that happen. The Member of Parliament, unfortunately, wasn't present. But we'll continue to work with our partners, and I would urge the Member of Parliament for Ipswich to lobby his colleagues in Parliament to see if we can get the money for a business case that can look at the feasibility of a northern bypass.
Thank you very much. I'm not taking supplementaries unless they're extremely urgent due to time.
I was just going to ask, have we any idea when the review of the strategic transport infrastructure might report?
Not at present, no.
Thank you. Councillor Faircloth-Mutton.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. In light of the disappointing decision by His Majesty's Government to postpone the mayoral elections due to take place next year for the combined mayoral authority, would Councillor Rouse agree with me that in the next 2 years, the £37.4 million earmarked for Norfolk and Suffolk be pro-rated and awarded to the other two members of the combined mayoral authority, namely Suffolk County Council and Norfolk County Council? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Faircloth-Mutton, for your question. And you're right to highlight the disappointing news about the postponement of the mayoral elections. The government, in their proposals, have suggested an allocation, I believe, of 1/3 of that money for each of the next 2 years. But other councils have been offered 50%. We think it's insignificant. Of course, we would like to see the full amount coming into Suffolk as soon as possible.
Councillor, do you have a supplementary? That's the answer. Good. Councillor Byatt.
Thank you, Chair. This is for Councillor Cenci. You mentioned in your report about violence against women and girls. I think we've spoken about our various MPs in this county. So would you join me in welcoming the fact that Jessie Carter from the Lowestoft constituency has actually been appointed as an advisor to the Department of Health and Social Care on violence against women and girls. I think it's really important that we do have a local voice, whatever their politics. Thank you.
Thank you. What is your question?
I will just say yes, any voice. I'm a little bit disappointed that some of you haven't got your little white ribbon on today, because we're right in the midst of it all. But yes, any help that we can have, any representation, any male voices, because that's what this year's is about, is welcome, whatever party. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other questions from the floor? If not, then the meeting has drawn to a conclusion. I'm just going to mention to thank everyone who participated in the raffle and the fairs, craft fairs downstairs. There was £1,564 has been raised from those. From the gift fair, and thanks to the stall holders for coming. It's been a great success having it for 2 days, and thank you for your parts. Wait for the gavel before you leave your seat, and please take all your belongings and rubbish with you. Place your smart cards in the collection box at the exit, and please finally check your pigeonholes before you leave. That concludes the business for today's meeting. Thank you for your participation, and I wish you all a safe journey home.